The 9,392nd meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is maintenance of international peace and security, famine and conflict-induced global food insecurity. The agenda is adopted. First, I wish to warmly welcome the distinguished ministers and other high-level representatives. Your presence here today underscores the importance of the subject matter that is under discussion. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Algeria, Argentina, Armenia, Australia, Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Belarus, the plurinational state of Bolivia, Burkina Faso, Cambodia, Chile, Cuba, Denmark, Egypt, Estonia, Ethiopia, Georgia, Germany, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, India, Indonesia, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Jordan, Kenya, Latvia, Lebanon, Liberia, Liechtenstein, Mexico, Morocco, Myanmar, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Nigeria, Oman, Pakistan, Panama, Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, the Republic of Korea, Romania, Saudi Arabia, Sierra Leone, Singapore, Slovakia, Slovenia, South Africa, Spain, Thailand, Tunisia, Turkey, Ukraine, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Vietnam, and Yemen to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the following briefers to participate in this meeting. Ms. Rina Galani, United Nations Famine Prevention and Response Coordinator. Mr. David Miliband, President and Chief Executive Officer of the International Rescue Committee. And Ms. Naveen Salam, Founder and Chief Executive Officer of ADISIA. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I also invite the following to participate in the meeting. His Excellency, Mr. Thibaut Kameli, Chargé d'Affaires of the Delegation of the European Union to the United Nations, and His Excellency, Mr. Paul Beresford Hill, Permanent Observer of the Sovereign Order of Malta to the United Nations. It is so decided. I propose that the Council invite the Permanent Observer of the Observer State of the Holy See to the United Nations to participate in this meeting in accordance with the Provisional Rules of Procedure and the previous practice in this regard. There being no objection, it is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I wish to draw the attention of Council members to document S/2023/560, a letter dated 26 July 2023 from the Permanent Representative of the United States of America to the United Nations, addressed to the President of the Security Council, transmitting a concept paper on the item under consideration. The Council has before it the text of a statement by the President on behalf of the Council on the subject of today's meeting. I thank the Council members for their valuable contributions to this statement. In accordance with the understanding reached among the members of the Council, I shall take it that the members of the Security Council agree to the statement, which will be issued as a document of the Security Council under the symbol S/PRST/2023/4. I now give the floor to Ms. Rina Galani. Ms. Galani, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, and thank you for the opportunity to take part in this briefing today. Mr. President, this Council is more than aware of the multiple challenges and threats the world is facing today. But the threat of famine, people starving slowly to death, must be a red line. And yet the number of people suffering from acute food insecurity reached 250 million last year. This is the highest recorded in recent years. Of these people, some 376,000 were facing famine-like conditions in 7 countries. Another 35 million people were on the edge. As in all crisis situations, women and children are the most impacted. This situation has not come as a surprise. It is a man-made crisis that has been swelling for years. We are now at the tipping point. Mr. President, hunger and conflict feed off each other. Conflict and insecurity remain key drivers of hunger and famine. Every one of the 7 countries where people faced famine-like conditions last year were affected by armed conflict or extreme levels of violence. 5 of those 7 countries, Afghanistan, Haiti, Somalia, South Sudan, and Yemen, are regularly on this Council's agenda. Armed conflict destroys food systems, shatters livelihoods, and drives people from their homes, leaving many extremely vulnerable and hungry. Sometimes these impacts are byproducts of war, but all too often they are inflicted deliberately and unlawfully, with hunger utilized as a tactic of war. Conflict does not spare those who are providing assistance to stave off famine. Last year, dozens of humanitarian workers were killed, and many more were kidnapped or injured in situations of conflict. Humanitarian facilities and supplies also often come under attack, are looted, or used for military purposes. The difficulties the United Nations, NGOs, and their partners are facing in Sudan is a stark reminder, and our deepest condolences to the families of the 11 humanitarian workers killed in Sudan in recent weeks. Food insecurity itself also fuels instability. For example, recent research highlighted by the World Food Programme has shown how food insecurity, when coupled with pre-existing grievances, desperation too often fueled by poverty and inequality, and governance issues cause people to choose violence over peace. It is the straw that breaks the camel's back, often resulting in conflict. Mr. President, Excellencies, conflict-induced hunger is compounded by a toxic mix of climate change and economic shocks. Climate change is increasingly becoming a threat multiplier. As the stress on water and other natural resources leads to increased competition and displacement, conflicts and hunger spread. Of the 10 countries most vulnerable to climate-related risks, 7 are affected by conflict, 6 host a UN peacekeeping or special political mission, and 4 have more than 1 million people one step away from famine. At the same time, insecurity in conflict-affected countries hinders climate adaptation efforts. This leaves already vulnerable communities even poorer, hungrier, and less resilient. Mr. President and Excellencies, the challenge may appear overwhelming, but progress has been and is again possible. So what can we do? First and foremost, we must redouble efforts to prevent, reduce, and end conflict in all its forms. There needs to be a renewed commitment to peace through a reinvigorated multilateral system where governments, the United Nations, and regional organizations work hand in hand. Where peace may still take time, 5 things are critical to reduce suffering and prevent famine. 1, ensuring parties to conflicts respect international humanitarian law. This includes protecting objects necessary for survival, such as food stocks, water systems, and other objects necessary for food production and distribution systems. It also includes facilitating unimpeded humanitarian access to all civilians in need and protecting humanitarian staff and assets. States must spare no effort in exerting their influence to ensure parties respect the rules of war. 2, making better use of existing early warning mechanisms, such as Resolution 2417, in a focused and effective manner. Too often we have sounded the warning alarm without effective follow-up and concentrated action. 3, being bold and creative in finding ways to mitigate the impact of war on the most vulnerable. Such solutions are possible. We have seen agreements between parties to the two conflicts and resolutions in this Council agreed to for this end, but they require political courage and compromise. 4, women and girls must be at the centre of our efforts. Crisis and hunger affect them disproportionately, and they also hold the key to lasting solutions. Research has shown that involving local women in peace-building increases the probability that violence will end by 24%. And 5, we also need to acknowledge that a halfway, fragmented response to interconnected risks will not cut it. We need adequate humanitarian funding on which the lives of millions depend. And for lasting peace and famine prevention, we must address the climate and economic crisis. The Secretary-General has prioritised the threat of famine and hunger. Among other initiatives, in 2021, he created a high-level task force on famine prevention to lead and organise a cohesive system-wide response. Together with WFP, FAO, IRC, with David, we're in the process of reorientating this forum to provide dedicated support to countries. We really need your support, and we count on it to make this an effective forum. Mr. President, in this role, I have visited communities teetering on the brink of famine. I've sat with mothers in too many nutrition wards, in too many displacement camps, and as their small children fought for their lives, they were too weak to cry, even make a sound. That eerie silence is deafening. It never leaves you. That silence is also a call for action. As Martin Luther King said in his Nobel Peace Prize lecture, famine is wholly unnecessary in the modern world. There is no deficit in human resources. The deficit is human will. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Ms. Galani for her briefing, and I give the floor now to Mr. David Miliband. David.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to you and your team for your leadership on this issue. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a true honor to speak today on behalf of the 40,000 International Rescue Committee employees and volunteers working in 40 countries around the world. Our mission is defined by conflict and its consequences, so this debate means a lot to us and to our clients. Every day, our staff live out a simple mantra: focus on the solutions, not the suffering. So my briefing today takes the form of a plea to this Council to follow my colleagues and focus on the solutions, not the suffering. 5 years ago, the Council, and I quote, recognized the need to break the link of armed conflict and food insecurity in Resolution 2417. 5 years later, however, there is more armed conflict, more famine, more malnutrition, and more food insecurity. Food insecurity, the euphemism that is used for hunger and starvation. So today, our call is for action to help the 375,000 people facing famine-like conditions at the end of last year, a number that has only risen, and the 35 million on the brink. Mr. President, we have more than enough analysis. There is consensus that conflict is the primary driver of food insecurity today, exacerbated by the climate crisis. Consensus, too, on the line of causation from conflict to hunger. Planting is disrupted, prices are driven up, combatants block supplies, food storage is targeted, coping capacities are depleted. We also know the countries. Every single assessment has the same list: Somalia, Afghanistan, Yemen, Nigeria, South Sudan, Sudan, Burkina Faso, Mali, Haiti. The analysis is not in dispute, but analysis is too often followed by paralysis. So we need new muscle in the international system, not the muscle of debating strategies and plans, but the muscle of taking action. Today, I present to the Council 5 current problems matched by 5 immediate solutions. Problem 1. My colleagues on the panel will rightly draw attention to the impact of last year's funding increases on raising the number of children with acute malnutrition who are being treated. But the year-on-year statistics show that 80% of the world's acutely malnourished children are not getting any treatment at all. I repeat, 80% of acutely malnourished children have been getting no help. The reason is the divided approaches between moderate and severe acute malnutrition, different treatment and diagnosis protocols, different UN agencies, different products, complicated measuring systems ill-suited to conditions of conflict. The solution, however, is staring us in the face: a simplified system in the hands of parents and community health workers who use a simple upper arm circumference tape to diagnose acute malnutrition and administer 1 or 2 doses of ready-to-use therapeutic food per day, depending on whether the case is severe or moderate. Our own impact evaluation shows that this approach is not a pipe dream. We tested it on 27,000 children in Mali. We showed a 92% success rate with the treatment, with a cost saving of 30%, so more children can be reached for the same amount of money. Mr. President, this approach should be made the norm, the default form of provision in humanitarian settings, with delivery and funding to match, and it could be done now. Problem 2, there is proliferation of different global initiatives on famine and food insecurity. The solution is an empowered body to galvanize collective action and drive change. Fortunately, we do now have the high-level task force on preventing famine, chaired by Ms. Gilani, and given new focus and a new mandate. But frankly, RENA needs support. Support for national famine action plans in the countries most at risk. Support from national and local authorities in developing those plans. Support for engagement of regional and global financial institutions in funding and financing those plans. Support in diplomacy to unlock barriers on the ground to scale up a response, and support in turning delivery plans into action, starting at the September meetings in this city. Problem 3, the United Nations Development Programme reports that the more fragile a context, in other words, the more amount of conflict, the less money is spent on climate adaptation. Yet our clients represent a disproportionate amount of climate risk. They are highly vulnerable and lack investment in resilience. The solution is to give climate finance a humanitarian face, addressing the finance gap and the delivery gap. The finance gap arises because adaptation is underfunded. It's only 8% of all climate finance. And adaptation is geared towards richer countries. So we argue that a set percentage of every adaptation fund should be directed to fragile and conflict states. We also argue that donors need to increase the ratio of grants to concessional funding, because fragile and conflict states don't want to take on new loans. For example, trebling the World Bank's international development assistance funds, as the G20 panel recommended just 2 weeks ago. However, there is a delivery gap too. The money will not be spent in fragile and conflict states unless this delivery gap is addressed. In conflict situations, that means making it the norm, not the exception, for funding to be directed through civil society and not just through governments. This would be real localization. Problem 4, the rise of impunity in conflict. Combatants attack civilians, deny humanitarian aid, destroy farms and food warehouses, all illegal as well as immoral. The solution is that perpetrators need to be held to account. We do not need new resolutions for this, but we need resolution to uphold the existing ones. The next time this Council is presented, for example, with evidence of hunger used as a weapon of war, it must trigger action. Also, all 9 countries at risk of famine this year rank either high, very high, or extreme in levels of humanitarian access constraints. That's another euphemism for stopping humanitarian aid workers reaching people in need. We propose an independent office for the protection of humanitarian access, which would ensure that when combatants deny aid, this information is reported without fear or favour to this Council, supporting efforts to drive accountability and diplomacy. Problem 5. I know that NGOs usually start by asking for more money, but I will end with it instead of starting with it. The World Food Programme is cutting its life-saving food assistance programs today, sometimes by as much as half, because it does not have enough money to do its job. The solution to this, Mr. President, is not complicated. Humanitarian response plans in the 9 countries at risk of famine were on average only 58% funded in 2022. Yet if these countries' response plans were funded to the same proportion as Ukraine's last year, there would be another $5 billion in the system to address the most acute needs just in those 9 countries. We need to address the threat of famine by looking through the windshield, not through the rear-view mirror. Once a famine is declared, it's too late for too many. We know from the 2011 famine in Somalia that half the people who died before the famine declaration was made. It's too late for too many to wait for a famine declaration. Phase 3 of the IPC system, the International Phase Classification System, the crisis phase, is triggered when 1 in 5 families are so desperate to find their next meal that they are considering marrying off their children or sending them out to work. But anticipatory action depends on cash being available, and today it is not. I want to end, Mr. President, by quoting the Nobel laureate Amartya Sen, whose landmark work on famine 50 years ago starts with these words. Quote, "Starvation is the characteristic of not having enough food to eat. It is not the characteristic of there not being enough food to eat." In other words, it's a political problem. 50 years later, however, the world is 4 times richer, but there is more famine, not less. That is not fate, it's choice. And it's a choice that will only be changed by action. We in civil society do not lack ideas for which actions to take. What we need is the will to enable them to happen. Thank you very much indeed.
I thank Mr. Miliband for his briefing. I give the floor now to Ms. Naveen Salam.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to your excellencies. The day I first met a 2-year-old that weighed the same as my newborn daughter, it changed me forever. I have been face to face with a mother and a starving child, and I know we don't have time to spare. I feel the urgency, and I see the fear in her eyes. I have seen children take their last breaths. I have watched their hearts stop beating. When I enter a malnutrition clinic, the first thing I hear is that deafening silence. The children don't have the strength to sit up or cry. All their energy is conserved to keep their organs from shutting down. Their mothers sit anxiously by, wishing for a miracle. We have that miracle. Today, I am representing the private sector as the founder and CEO of EDISIA. We make the food that saves lives. This is a ready-to-use therapeutic food called plumpy nut. It is used in the treatment of severe acute malnutrition, and it's used by UNICEF, the World Food Programme, and USAID. It is a highly fortified peanut butter that is revolutionary in humanitarian settings because it delivers life-saving nutrition, is easy to distribute in complex humanitarian crises, allows mothers to treat their children at home, and it has the power to rehabilitate 92% of children in just 2 months. EDISIA is part of a community of factories around the world. We work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to produce enough of these miracle foods. But every day, the needs grow. All of us have been adding shifts, adding equipment, and yet more is needed. We manufacture here in the United States and have a partner in France, but our other 8 partners are in the global south. Conflicts threaten to close the doors of these incredibly important businesses that are set up in malnutrition hotspots to deliver these life-saving foods using locally grown raw materials. Just a few months ago, when the conflict in Sudan began, I was deeply saddened to see that our partner factory in Khartoum was bombed. Everything was destroyed, including thousands of boxes of plumpy nut who are waiting to be deployed to the children of Sudan. And now, this past week, a coup threatens our partner factory in Niger. In Haiti, violence persists at ever-increasing levels, forcing them to construct new security walls. In Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Burkina Faso, instability and uncertainty are ever present. This ecosystem is a critical part of the supply chain that the UN agencies depend on and children depend on, and they must be protected. The 2 biggest contributing factors to hunger and malnutrition are climate change and conflict. We here today have the easier problem to solve. Even with all the good efforts put into addressing climate change, it still will take many decades. The good news is this is not true for conflict. We control the conflicts. We, right here in this room. Just as we decide to wage war, we can decide to end war. Right now, we have 2 choices: feed all the severely malnourished children in the world or stop the conflicts. Annually, $1.7 billion is needed to feed 17 million severely malnourished children. Until we end these conflicts, we have the responsibility to take action. Just $1.7 billion to save the lives of 17 million children. A mere $100 per child covers the cost of a box of plumpy nut, distribution, and access to community health care. But with conflicts increasing, our partners have to make tough choices every day. They are struggling with critical funding shortfalls and are only able to reach 50% of the need. They are faced with the impossible decision of which half of the children can live and which half will be sentenced to death. Every day, they must decide which countries will receive funding and which programs will be cut or halved. 1 year ago, the world took notice of increasing conflict-induced food insecurity, and the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Netherlands, Ireland, and private philanthropies made a historic commitment of $500 million to combat malnutrition. The global momentum proved that we could double the supply of plumpy nut available in a matter of months. The number of children's lives saved was doubled as well, with 7.3 million children treated in 2022. The incredible effort should be recognized and celebrated. Doctors describe this intervention as nothing short of a miracle. But I want to stop producing this miracle. I don't want to grow this business, add shifts, or build more warehouses. We should not be waiting until a child is days away from death to treat them with life-saving food. Instead, the long-term goal needs to be a shift towards prevention. Early childhood development depends on healthy food systems, diverse diets, and essential macro and micronutrients required for the body and brain. Early interventions ensure that children will not only survive, but thrive and reach their full potential. I sit here today representing the thousands of community-based healthcare workers and millions of malnourished children who are desperately asking for our help and our partnership. After all, we are responsible for their circumstances. May history look at us sitting here today around this table as those who stood up for humanity. understood the power of our collective leadership here in this room and said, stop. Just stop these conflicts for the sake of our children. There are not many problems in the world that we cannot solve. Malnutrition is not one of them.
I thank Ms. Holland for her briefing. Indeed, I thank all three of our briefers for their compelling and important contributions to our discussion this morning. Thank you. I would like to draw the attention of speakers to paragraph 22 of Note 507, which encourages all participants in council meetings to deliver their statements in 5 minutes or less, in line with the Security Council's commitment to making more effective use of open meetings. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the Secretary of State of the United States of America. Again, to our briefers, thank you. And thank you for keeping our focus on what's really at stake here, and that is the human element of our discussions. It's easy to get caught up in numbers and statistics and big concepts, but ultimately it comes down to people. It comes down to children. So I thank you for that focus, as well as on practical solutions to the problem before us. So to all three of our briefers, again, you have powerfully illustrated the challenge before us, but even more important, you've given us very good ideas for actually how to address that challenge. Last September, President Biden told the General Assembly, and I quote, "In every country in the world, if parents cannot feed their children, nothing else matters." In some ways, it's as simple and as stark as that. Too many families are experiencing the overwhelming urgency, the consequence of an unprecedented global food crisis that, as we've heard, has been fueled by climate, by COVID as well, and, as we're discussing today, by conflict. Hunger and conflict are inexorably linked. Scarce resources heighten tensions between communities and nations. Warring parties weaponize food to subjugate local populations. Indeed, conflict is the largest driver of food insecurity, with violence and unrest pushing 117 million people into extreme deprivation last year. In Sudan, the fighting has disrupted the summer planting season and driven up the cost of food. In Myanmar, where 1 in 5 people is severely undernourished, the military regime is making the problem worse to tighten its grip, including blocking aid convoys. Deteriorating conditions prevent the safe return of nearly 1 million Rohingya refugees who fled their homeland and who now live in Bangladesh on rations that are down to about 27 cents per day. In Yemen, some families have reported and resorted to boiling leaves to stay alive. They call it famine food. Unless the world acts, Burkina Faso, South Sudan, Somalia could all experience famine next year. And again, I ask each of us, pause for that for a moment. Think about what that actually means. Imagine just for a minute if this was your child, your son, your daughter. You heard the compelling description of what that actually is all about. And I hope, if nothing else, having that image in our minds, tying it to our own lives and experiences, will be some added motivation for us to act. Since January 2021, the United States has provided more than $17.5 billion to address famine and food insecurity. In 2021 and 2022, we convened this Council to focus on the intersection between hunger and conflict. We chaired last year's Food Security Ministerial, where we joined over 36 countries in issuing a global roadmap, committing to get food to those in need and to build greater resilience for the future. To date, more than 100 countries have signed that pledge and begun to take concrete steps to actually implement it. But as this crisis ramps up, so must our efforts. This Council is charged with maintaining international peace and security. And we simply cannot preserve peace and security without strengthening food security. Each of us has a responsibility to act. This morning, for the first time in 3 years, this Council has unanimously put conflict, hunger and famine, as well as climate change, at the center of its agenda. This is a noteworthy and welcome step. Now, let's harness the momentum to further combat food insecurity and famine around the world, to turn what we're talking about into concrete actions. 5 years ago, as you've heard, this Council adopted Resolution 2417, emphasizing that the intentional starvation of civilians may constitute a war crime. Today, we can build on these efforts. Nearly 90 countries, including the United States, have already signed a new joint communique that we drafted and circulated, committing to end the use of famine, starvation, and food as weapons of war. Hunger must not be weaponized. I urge all member states to join this communique. We also must significantly increase aid to tackle extreme hunger and to avert famine. Last year, governments and private donors made record contributions, providing direct relief, equipping farmers with fertilizer, using satellite imagery to maximize yields. Donations for the World Food Program jumped 48%. The United States alone provided more than $7.2 billion, funding roughly half of the World Food Program's budget. These and other efforts helped the world narrowly avoid famine last year. But this year, as we've heard, the World Food Program estimates that it has to spend $25 billion to deliver relief to 171 million people. To date, countries have funded only $4.5 billion. In other words, 18% of what's required. The cost of that shortfall will be measured in growth stunted and in lives lost. While we welcome smaller countries punching above their weight, the world's largest economies should be the world's largest donors. For member states that consider themselves global leaders, this is your chance to prove it. All of us can dig deeper. But, of course, we know, while it is necessary, it is not sufficient to meet immediate needs. We must also increase agricultural productivity. We've got to invest in adaptation. We have to build greater resilience to future shocks, especially in regions that are affected by conflict. Around the world, farmers confront soaring temperatures, eroding soil, disappearing groundwater. That reduces yields. It makes crops less nutritious. By 2050, climate change could cut output by as much as 30%, even as global food demand increases by over 50%. So we have a planet that's heading in the coming decades to a population of as much as 10 billion people, with demand going up in accordance, and yet supply is actually declining, not increasing. So as challenging, as urgent as the situation is now, we can also see what's coming if we don't take the necessary steps to address it. Mitigating climate impacts is central to the United States Feed the Future initiative, a public-private partnership to strengthen food systems, to expand social safety nets, to enhance nutrition in 40 countries around the world. We've devoted over $1 billion every year to this effort. Last year, we expanded the program to 8 more target countries in Africa. To build on this work, we've now launched what we call Vision for Adopted Crops and Soils in February, alongside the African Union and the Food and Agriculture Organization. The shorthand, VAX, through this program, we're identifying the most nutritious indigenous African crops, assessing how climate change will likely affect them, and investing in breeding the most climate resilient and most resilient varieties, as well as improving the soil that they'll grow in. This focus on the quality of the seeds and the quality of the soil can have a powerful impact on sustainable agricultural productivity throughout Africa. Today, I'm also announcing $362 million more to tackle the drivers of food insecurity and to enhance resilience in Haiti and 11 African countries, like getting nutritious food to pregnant women and helping farmers grow hardier and more diverse crops. The United States will continue to do our part, but this is, by definition, a global challenge. It demands global resources. And we'll be looking to governments, to companies, to philanthropies to help us continue to improve nutrition and invest in sustainable and resilient food systems. Finally, we must address Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and the resulting assault on the global food system. This past year, the Black Sea Grain Initiative, negotiated by the United Nations and Turkey, delivered over 32 million tons of Ukrainian foodstuffs to the world. Wheat exports alone were the equivalent of 18 billion loaves of bread. 18 billion loaves of bread. Keep in mind, this initiative never should have been necessary in the first place. It only was necessary because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its blockade of Ukrainian ports. But the initiative produced concrete, demonstrable, powerful results in making sure that these food products could continue to get to world markets, going to those who needed it. And let's be very clear about who benefited from this initiative. Over half the food products exported through this effort and 2/3 of the wheat went to developing countries. These shipments helped to lower global food prices for everyone by roughly a quarter since Russia's full-scale invasion. Since Russia pulled out of the arrangement on July 17th, ignoring the world's appeals, grain prices have risen by more than 8% around the world. Kenya's foreign ministry called Russia's move, and I quote, a stab in the back. The Kremlin claims that it tore up the deal because international sanctions were restricting its agricultural exports. In reality, sanctions explicitly exclude food and fertilizer. In fact, at the time it abandoned the initiative, Russia was exporting more grain at higher prices than ever before. And what has Russia's response been to the world's distress and outrage? Bombing Ukrainian granaries, mining port entrances, threatening to attack any vessel in the Black Sea, no matter its flag, no matter its cargo. These actions are consistent with Russia's decision last month to block the reauthorization of critical cross-border humanitarian assistance to Syria, a country where, after February's devastating earthquake, 12 million people don't have enough to eat. The United States is prepared to renew efforts to mandate this vital lifeline if the United Nations and Syria cannot find a way forward. We also very much appreciate Turkey and others working to reinstate the grain deal. Every member of this council, every member of the United Nations should tell Moscow, enough. Enough using the Black Sea as blackmail. Enough treating the world's most vulnerable people as leverage. Enough of this unjustified, unconscionable war. Strengthening food security is essential to realizing the vision of the United Nations Charter, to save generations from the scourge of war and reaffirm the dignity and worth of every single human being. That hope is embodied in one of the statues outside this building of a figure fulfilling the biblical directive to beat swords into plowshares. These words of Scripture are not yet in reach, but we can at least commit not to use our swords to destroy others' plows. We can deliver life-saving aid to those in urgent need. We can ensure that people around the globe are fed now and for years to come. If we do that, if we build a healthier, more stable, more peaceful world for all, we will have at least begun to live up to the responsibility entrusted to us, entrusted to this council, entrusted to this institution. Thank you. I resume my function as President of the Council, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Dora bint Mohammed Al-Kibi, Minister of State of the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken, for convening this important meeting today, and to our briefers for bringing their valuable perspectives to our discussion. We align ourselves with the statement made by Oman on behalf of the Gulf Cooperation Council. More than 700 million people are going hungry around the world, while a third of the world's population, almost 2.5 billion people, had restricted access to food last year. As we have heard from our briefers, there is no single reason for global food insecurity. Though the reasons for it are complex, the human cost is plain to see. 45 million children under the age of 5 suffer from acute malnutrition. Millions of people are driven to undertake dangerous, irregular migration journeys. There is increased sexual and gender-based violence. We know that food insecurity contributes to conflict and instability, while the reverse is also true. As intricately linked as they are within the Council and globally, we cannot afford not to act. Today, there are 3 points I wish to make to this effect. First, food insecurity is preventable. Preventing food insecurity and famine is a political choice. Bringing food insecurity to an end is a collective endeavor. No one should experience famine. In conflict, international humanitarian law is clear. Parties to armed conflict must take constant care to spare the objects necessary to produce food and drinking water, and they must never target civilian objects. There is not only a moral but a legal duty to uphold these norms, and we call upon all parties to conflict to strictly adhere to their responsibilities. It is also important that those in a position to support and facilitate life-saving humanitarian efforts do so. For its part, the UAE has contributed more than $1.4 billion in assistance in over the past 5 years to address food insecurity. Conflicts, such as in Ukraine, can contribute to global food insecurity. Its knock-on effects in world markets mean that those living far beyond any battlefield often struggle to feed their families, especially in the Middle East and parts of Africa, where countries rely heavily on grain imports. In these instances, we must support national strategies and develop innovative approaches and partnerships that meet the scale of the challenge. Second, ensuring global food security requires all hands on deck. We must deepen international partnerships and make the most of multilateral fora at both the international and regional levels. We saw the potential of multilateral efforts to reduce food insecurity through the establishment of Black Sea Grain Initiative. The rise in wheat prices since the agreement came to an end, and let me reiterate that the UAE is deeply saddened by this development and is telling of a global importance of such initiative. A spirit of ambition and global collaboration is also needed to tackle a growing driver of food insecurity, climate change. July was the hottest month on record. As such, we must see unity of purpose at the highest levels to reverse this disturbing trend by taking tangible measures to prevent the rise of temperatures above 1.5 degrees and ensuring climate adaptation and mitigation measures are firmly in place, particularly in fragile areas. All hands on deck truly means all hands and all voices. Those disproportionately affected by food insecurity and climate change, in particular women and youth, must be front and center when designing responses. Recognizing the disparity is not enough. We must encourage their full, equal, and meaningful participation. Third, and finally, we need novel approaches to this challenge. We commend the dedicated efforts of governments, international, regional organizations, private sectors, actors, and humanitarian groups, and their significant achievements in this field. Yet, food insecurity continues to rise. If we limit ourselves to the same approaches, we will not turn this tide. So it's time to expand our approaches. Public-private partnerships are vital to tackling this huge challenge. The UAE is actively engaged in public-private partnerships, such as the Mohammed bin Rashid Global Initiative's annual 1 billion meal campaign. And in 2021, the UAE and the United States launched the Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate to catalyze innovation in climate-smart agriculture. It now works with over 50 government partners, the private sector and civil society, and has raised more than $13 billion to accelerate transformational change. Mr. President, the world cannot maintain peace and security without one of the most basic needs for humanity. The trend we are witnessing is a testament to the need to redouble our efforts. It is my hope that we seize the opportunity of this meeting to take greater concerted action globally to overcome this challenge. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Al-Kaibi for her statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Kenji Yamada, State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, Japan welcomes the issuance of the PRST and commends all the tireless work of you and your U.S. team, as well as the constructive effort made by each fellow member state. It is critical that the Council speak in one voice on its commitment to address conflict-induced food insecurity. Mr. President and colleagues, Japan is seriously concerned that a huge number of people are facing famine and other food insecurity caused by conflict and climate change. Food is a basic human need. Thus, it should not be weaponized at any time. Every day, we hear voices of food insecurity caused by man-made conflict. Japan deeply regrets Russia's decision to unilaterally terminate its participation in Black Sea Grain Initiative, which had allowed grain exports from Ukraine and contributed to global food security. Russia has wasted tremendous amounts of grain by attacking grain storage and loading terminals in Odessa and along the Danube. Meanwhile, Russia announced that it will replace Ukraine in supplying grains to African countries. We should not accept Russia's attempt to weaponize food to destroy grains in Ukraine while increasing its own exports. Japan strongly urges Russia to return to the international framework associated with the UN to resume grain exports from Ukraine in order to relieve food insecurity in the world. Japan also continued to support EU-led solidarity lanes, which works to ensure Ukraine can export grains. Mr. President and colleagues, the UN and this Council should play their roles in combating food security issues while exerting the influence and solidarity. Addressing famine and conflict-induced food insecurity requires not only short-term efforts such as the emergency food assistance, but also medium and long-term actions based on the concept of human security, such as strengthening the resilience of food systems. Efforts to prevent conflicts, which are root cause of food insecurity, is also important. In this context, Japan believes that it would be beneficial to reduce future humanitarian needs by addressing a comprehensive way through humanitarian development peace nexus approach. In conflict, it is crucial to protect vulnerable people such as women and children. In order to realize the provision of life-saving assistance for those vulnerable people, parties to conflict must comply with international humanitarian law. Mr. President and colleagues, food security and humanitarian assistance have been top priority for Japan. We have a long history of providing various assistance and international cooperation, including humanitarian aid necessary for those suffering from famine and conflict-induced food insecurity. Japan has also spoken out about the necessity of humanitarian passage on Black Sea to ship grains from Ukraine just after Russia's aggression. Japan is proud to have issued the Hiroshima Statement for Resilient Global Food Security in May, together with countries representing various regions around the world. It can be a comprehensive guideline for responding to the immediate food security crisis and for establishing resilient agriculture and food system in the medium and long term. Before closing, allow me to touch upon the issue of famine and food insecurity in East Asia and beyond. In North Korea, it is reported that many people are suffering from severe hunger. On the other hand, North Korea is spending vast resources on unlawful nuclear and missile development by diverting critical needed resources away from its people at tremendous cost. Violating multiple UN Security Council resolutions, North Korea has been repeatedly launching ballistic missiles and threatening peace and stability in East Asia, even now. Mr. President and colleagues, it is extremely regrettable that the Security Council has not been able to take tangible actions on this matter. The Council must overcome its prolonged silence and take meaningful steps with a united voice. We sincerely ask for you, everyone, understanding and support. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Yamada for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Meggie Fino, Deputy Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of Albania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me begin by thanking the United States Presidency for convening this timely debate and welcome you, Secretary Blinken, in the chair. We're grateful to the United States for its coherence and continued action in keeping the focus on this issue of paramount importance for all of us, especially for those anywhere who continue to struggle to make ends meet. In this respect, we welcome the PRST proposed by the U.S. and adopted this morning as a timely reminder of the collective duty to put everything in place to ensure proper responses to address conflict-induced food insecurity, including malnutrition and famine. I also thank all three briefers for their insightful presentations and for presenting before us the most realistic needs required worldwide today. Food insecurity is a pressing global challenge, and today, more than ever, a range of colliding factors such as conflicts, climate change, underdevelopment, and macroeconomic shocks are threatening global food security worldwide. The number of people facing acute food insecurity has increased from 193 million in 2021 to 258 million in 2022. More than 250 million people faced acute hunger in 58 countries and territories last year. In 19 countries and territories, roughly 117 million people suffer from high levels of acute food insecurity due to conflict and insecurity. This has put a heavy toll on humanitarian interventions and food assistance efforts to meet the growing needs. Further, acute hunger, one step away from famine, is increasingly alarming and constitutes a threat not only to the communities and the populations concerned, but also to peace and security in many regions of the world. This is what is happening nowadays in Afghanistan, Haiti, the Sahel region, South Sudan, Sudan, Yemen, where populations face starvation in absence of urgent humanitarian intervention. This is what is happening in Syria. The Russian veto on the cross-border authorization of Bab al-Hawa, Syria, has endangered the life-saving aid and food security for over 4 million people in northwest Syria, leaving them to the mercy of a ruthless regime notoriously known for its brutality. The Russian withdrawal from the Black Sea Grain Initiative confirms a policy of weaponization of food and the use of famine as a bargaining chip to achieve political gains. But Russia did not stop there. With its daily bombardments of seaports targeting grain export facilities, a civilian infrastructure, Russia is committing crimes and is playing with the anxiety of millions, unsure to have food in the coming days and weeks. Moscow's promises to several African countries for modest amounts of free grain supplies, ridiculous compared to the actual needs, are part of its efforts to capitalize on the collapse of the BSGI and gain support in the African continent. But beware, this kind of humanitarian charity will come with a bitter price tag. Without urgent action, more and more people in Africa, the Middle East, and beyond will slip into hunger. Mr. President, the biggest challenge in every conflict is protecting civilians. It is at the same time a collective, solemn commitment. Resolution 2417 represents a breakthrough moment since, for the first time, the Security Council acknowledged the link between armed conflict and conflict-induced food insecurity and the threat of famine. Using starvation as weapon, as a tactic of warfare, is wrong and criminal. It is prohibited by international humanitarian law, and we must never tolerate any unlawful denial of humanitarian access and depriving civilians of what is indispensable to their survival. We must never tolerate impunity for violations of international humanitarian law, targeting civilian infrastructure and food-related services. Albania commends the efforts and actions of member states, the UN, its implementing partners, civil society, and the private sector in addressing immediate humanitarian needs, food security, and resilience for populations in need. But the best and the most effective way of preventing famine is to prevent conflict, to stop wars, to tackle the root causes of insecurity at early stages, and invest in peace and development in order to secure sustainable, resilient, and inclusive food systems in line with the objectives of the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. Let me conclude, Mr. President, by saying that the world has enough food and no one needs to go hungry. Yet, if we really want to ensure food security, we should act to prevent and stop conflicts by choosing peace and development, by engaging into inclusive peace processes, leading to sustainable political solutions, by building resilience, by working together in favor of life with rights and dignity. This is done by saying no, strongly and resolutely, to wars and conflicts and their devastating consequences. This requires vision, leadership, political will, and decisive action. I thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Fino for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire d'État. Permettez-moi d'abord de féliciter le Royaume-Uni pour sa présidence du Conseil en juillet et je souhaite à vous, Monsieur le Président, ainsi qu'à votre équipe, plein de succès pour la tenue des travaux de ce mois. Vous pouvez compter sur le soutien de la Suisse. Je vous remercie aussi pour l'organisation de ce débat qui tombe à point nommé, ainsi que les intervenantes et l'intervenant pour leur contribution. Nous saluons également la présence des représentants de haut niveau. La guerre engendre la faim et la faim engendre la guerre. La crise alimentaire mondiale est sans précédent et déstabilise des pays et des régions, comme l'a démontré aussi le débat ouvert sur la protection des civils en mai dernier sous présidence suisse. Le phénomène continue de s'aggraver en Somalie, au Soudan, notamment au Darfour, au Soudan du Sud, au Sahel, en Afghanistan, au Yémen, en Syrie et ailleurs dans le monde. Ainsi, nous regrettons la décision de la Russie de cesser la mise en œuvre de l'initiative de la mer Noire et condamnons les récentes attaques visant les ports ukrainiens qui risquent de détériorer la situation mondiale davantage. En adoptant la résolution 2417, ce Conseil s'est dit conscient de la nécessité de mettre fin au cercle vicieux du conflit armé et de l'insécurité alimentaire. Il s'est engagé à y prêter toute l'attention voulue afin de mieux prévenir la famine. Le rôle du Conseil dans la prévention des crises est également au cœur du nouvel agenda pour la paix. La Suisse appelle à la pleine mise en œuvre des mécanismes de prévention prévus dans la résolution 2417 et se félicite de la récente réunion sur la sécurité alimentaire en République démocratique du Congo, au Burkina Faso et en Haïti. Afin de mieux prévenir les crises alimentaires, y compris la famine, mon pays appelle à renforcer les 3 domaines suivants. Premièrement, le respect du droit international humanitaire et des droits de l'homme par toutes les parties est impératif afin de minimiser l'impact des conflits armés sur la situation alimentaire. L'accès des civils aux biens et services essentiels doit être préservé. Les objets indispensables à la survie des civils, à l'instar des denrées alimentaires, des installations d'eau et d'autres infrastructures nécessaires à la production et à l'approvisionnement alimentaire, ne peuvent faire l'objet d'attaques. Elles doivent être protégées, comme l'exige le droit international humanitaire. Nous appelons les parties concernées à garantir l'acheminement rapide, sûr et sans entrave de l'aide humanitaire aux personnes dans le besoin. Nous déplorons que des acteurs humanitaires tels que le CICR ne soient pas toujours en mesure de mener à bien leurs opérations, comme en ce moment à travers le corridor de la Chine dans le Caucase du Sud. Nous rappelons également l'importance de la mise en œuvre de la résolution 2664 de ce Conseil qui facilite les opérations humanitaires dans certains contextes les plus difficiles. Deuxièmement, dans de nombreux contextes fragiles, ce sont souvent les femmes et les filles qui mangent en dernier et celles qui mangent le moins. C'est encore plus vrai dans les situations de conflit où ces dernières cherchent des solutions. Comme l'a souligné la représentante spéciale du secrétaire général chargée de la question des violences sexuelles commises en période de conflit, nous ne devons pas sous-estimer le fait que l'insécurité alimentaire augmente le risque d'exposition à la violence sexuelle. C'est pourquoi nous devons veiller à l'intégrer une perspective de genre dans les mesures visant à améliorer la sécurité alimentaire. Troisièmement, l'impunité, notamment pour ceux qui affament délibérément des civils comme méthode de guerre, doit être résolument combattue. Trop souvent, les populations civiles sont délibérément privées de leurs moyens de subsistance, ce qui provoque d'immenses souffrances et déstabilise encore davantage les zones de conflit. En 2019, le statut de la Cour pénale internationale a été modifié à l'initiative de la Suisse afin que ce crime puisse également être poursuivi dans les situations de conflit interne. Nous appelons tous les États partis à ratifier cet amendement. Monsieur le Président, la paix se bâtit mal à l'estomac vide. L'agronome américain et lauréat du prix Nobel Norman Borlaug nous le rappelle. Il est d'autant plus important de s'attaquer aux causes profondes de l'insécurité alimentaire. Les conflits armés et la violence en sont le moteur principal. La pression croissante exercée par des crises économiques et le changement climatique ajoutent aux difficultés. Les solutions politiques aux conflits doivent faire partie de notre approche globale visant à éliminer la faim, à garantir à tous l'accès à une nourriture suffisante et adéquate et à promouvoir des systèmes alimentaires résilients, inclusifs et durables. Je vous remercie.
Je remercie le représentant de la Suisse. I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the briefers for their compelling presentations. As focal points for this issue at the Council, together with Switzerland, we thank the United States for providing this opportunity to advance our fight against conflict-induced food insecurity and malnutrition. We also congratulate the United States on the initiative and the Council on the adoption of the presidential statement on conflict-induced food insecurity. According to the 2023 State of Food Security and Nutrition Report, it is projected that almost 600 million people will still be facing hunger by 2030. In 2022 alone, 2.4 billion people lacked access to adequate, nutritious, safe, and sufficient food. The combination of impacts from the pandemic, climate shocks, high interest rates, high food and energy prices, and conflicts has put global food security and nutrition in dire straits, with armed conflict figuring as a prominent driver of hunger. Brazil believes that the best way to prevent hunger and malnutrition in the long term is to ensure that countries have the capacity to build resilient agri-food systems and markets. We must take into account structural causes of hunger, including inequalities between and within countries, barriers to food trade, unilateral sanctions, and weak or absent social protection and poverty alleviation policies. To ensure stability and continuity in food production, international attention must be given to supporting sustainable agricultural practices, developing disaster-resilient infrastructures, and promoting diversified agri-food systems. Ensuring the proper functioning of agri-food systems and markets is essential to sustain food security in conflict situations as recognized in Resolution 2417/2018. Facilitating the transfer and access to efficient and productive technologies is central to ensuring diversified resilient, and sustainable food systems. In line with the Secretary-General Initiative on Early Warnings for All, the international community must support dedicated capacity building in developing countries to allow us to be better prepared for shocks on the availability and accessibility of food. To reach this goal, cash transfer programs should be prioritized to sustain both local supply and demand. Additionally, tools such as the IMF Food Shock Window or the Food Import Financing Facility proposed by FAO should be further explored to bridge financing needs while avoiding market distortions and disruptions. The reform of multilateral agricultural trade rules is also essential to prevent global food insecurity. Many countries affected by conflicts had their agricultural development restricted by trade and price-distorting subsidies that negatively affect their production capacities. Mr. President, an important element of this open debate refers to the collaboration between the Security Council, the UN system, and other actors to catalyze global efforts, ensure delivery of humanitarian assistance, and minimize the effects of conflict-induced food insecurity. Member states must fully incorporate in their work the tools already in place in the UN system to fight conflict-induced hunger. Bodies such as OCHA, the World Food Programme, and FAO diligently inform on risks of acute food insecurity in countries with conflict situations through different reports, including the White Notes mandated by Resolution 2417/2018, to which the Council must dedicate its full attention. An efficient response to conflict-induced famine must encompass the appropriate use of this information and timely and decisive action in response to it. International humanitarian law strictly prohibits starvation of civilians as a method of warfare and grants special protection to objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population, including food crops, livestock, and other essential resources necessary for food production. However, even when parties to a conflict comply with international humanitarian law, food systems can be disrupted by the secondary impacts of conflict. Humanitarian exemptions essential to the survival of the civilian population also need to be systematically included in sanction regimes and counterterrorism measures. Otherwise, humanitarian actors have to overcome complex legal, financial, and logistical roadblocks to ensure that those in need get appropriate assistance. Humanitarian needs play a central role, but they can be better supported if coupled with development-oriented measures such as dedicated agricultural, technical, and subsistence support. International cooperation, generous, sustained, result-oriented international cooperation in its many forms is essential to achieve this goal. Brazil has been active in promoting such cooperation with fellow developing countries, especially in Africa and Latin America, and we pledge to do more. Each situation of conflict presents different challenges for agri-food systems and the affected populations. For instance, as recently reported by FAO, in many cases, women are still more vulnerable to food and nutrition insecurity as they continue to face additional risks, barriers, and disadvantages due to their gender. Mr. President, our response to conflict-induced food insecurity must involve the three pillars of the United Nations. Humanitarian needs must be met, and its delivery allowed in an unimpeded and impartial manner. The Council must use its political capacity to push for solutions to conflicts that can alleviate challenges related to food accessibility. We will remain fully engaged in all these fronts and continue to be a firm advocate of the right of every person to sufficient, nutritious, and adequate food. I reaffirm the highest priority given by the Brazilian government to eliminate hunger in all situations and to achieve SDG 2 by 2030. The only assured way to end conflict-induced hunger is peace. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Brazil, and I now give the floor to the representative of Gabon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je félicite les États-Unis d'Amérique pour la présidence du Conseil et pour l'initiative de cet important débat qui met en relief le lien entre l'insécurité alimentaire et les conflits armés. Je remercie la coordinatrice des Nations Unies pour la prévention et la riposte à la famine, Madame Rina Guelani, pour sa riche contribution. J'ai suivi avec attention les interventions poignantes de Madame Navin Salem et de Monsieur David Miliband. Madame le Président, notre débat se tient une semaine après le sommet des Nations Unies sur les systèmes alimentaires qui a interpellé la conscience universelle sur les proportions alarmantes de la famine dans le monde et martelé l'exigence ainsi que l'urgence d'y faire face. Notre réunion se tient surtout à un moment où la sécurité internationale suscite plus de questions que de réponses. En adoptant les conventions de Genève et leurs protocoles additionnels, les nations du monde ont clairement et unanimement souscrit dans leur contrat social que la guerre a des règles et que la belligérance n'est absolument pas une situation de non-droit dans laquelle toutes les cruautés et atrocités sont permises. Cet encadrement de la guerre nous connecte à notre humanité, même dans les moments les plus troubles. En aucun moment, nous ne pouvons pas, nous ne devons pas perdre de vue que la famine est une honte et une atteinte grave à la dignité humaine. Elle est encore plus insoutenable lorsqu'elle est planifiée ou entretenue, en sachant que les ressources ne manquent pas, comme l'a si bien souligné tout à l'heure Madame Guelani. Malheureusement, dans plusieurs champs de bataille et foyers de tension dans le monde, la famine est utilisée comme arme de guerre. Au gré des calculs absurdes, l'accès à la nourriture se retrouve souvent entravé. Les pénuries qui en résultent génèrent très souvent la famine et les maladies inhérentes à la malnutrition et contribuent à détricoter le tissu social de fragments entiers de l'humanité. Les civils en particulier, les femmes et les enfants sont les plus exposés aux effets qui en découlent. Lorsqu'elle n'est pas utilisée comme arme de guerre, la famine est très souvent source de conflits et d'instabilité dans les États fragiles. En tant qu'Africains, nous sommes fondés pour en parler. Sur le continent africain, plus de 80% des personnes confrontées à l'insécurité alimentaire vivent dans des zones touchées par des conflits. Le récent rapport des Nations Unies sur la sécurité alimentaire et la nutrition dans le monde met clairement en évidence l'incitation que la famine exerce sur les conflits armés, qu'elle catalyse au même titre que d'autres menaces à la paix et à la sécurité internationale, notamment les changements climatiques. Parallèlement, les conflits armés déclenchent et exacerbent les crises humanitaires, la pauvreté et la famine. Ces facteurs interagissent et se renforcent mutuellement, créant un cercle vicieux de détresse intenable. Madame la Présidente, la résolution 2417, adoptée par ce Conseil le 24 mai 2018, reconnaît l'étroitesse du lien entre les conflits armés et l'insécurité alimentaire. La persistance de la faim non seulement questionne notre humanité, mais également réduit en fiction les efforts de la communauté internationale pour mettre fin aux conflits armés. Dans plusieurs régions du monde, notamment au Sahel, dans la région des Grands Lacs et dans la Corne de l'Afrique, les groupes armés et groupes terroristes détruisent délibérément les magasins d'alimentation, brûlent les champs, empêchent les paysans de cultiver, détruisent les infrastructures de production, les systèmes de transport et de distribution des denrées alimentaires. Dans ces régions où l'instabilité devient chronique, les enfants squelettiques meurent de faim à la merci des oiseaux de proie. Cette situation est moralement insoutenable. Nous devons y répondre en tant que Conseil de sécurité, sur qui les peuples du monde ont placé le destin de leur sécurité et de leur dignité. Notre réponse doit aller au-delà des déclarations cosmétiques et s'inscrire à la dimension du défi. Notre dynamique de mobilisation doit être globale pour faire face aux effets des conflits armés sur la sécurité alimentaire dans le monde et, en définitive, prévenir l'émergence de nouveaux foyers de famine. En premier lieu, nous devons être plus engagés pour financer l'adaptation au changement climatique et investir davantage dans l'agriculture durable et la sécurité alimentaire à long terme. Cela implique de soutenir les petits agriculteurs, d'améliorer les infrastructures agricoles et de promouvoir des pratiques agricoles respectueuses de l'environnement. L'appel à l'action du secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Antonio Guterres, pour accélérer la transformation des systèmes alimentaires mérite d'être salué et de trouver une réponse favorable auprès de tous. En second lieu, nous devons renforcer les mécanismes de réponse d'urgence pour faire face aux crises alimentaires aiguës, en renforçant les systèmes d'alerte précoce, la fourniture d'une aide alimentaire d'urgence et la coordination des efforts entre les agences humanitaires et les États membres. Troisièmement, nous devons veiller à la sanctuarisation des stocks de sécurité des denrées alimentaires, notamment en consolidant les mécanismes existants de prévention, de résolution et de consolidation post-conflit et les intégrer de manière absolue dans la gestion des crises alimentaires conformément aux dispositions des résolutions 2217 sur la faim et la sécurité, la résolution 2573 sur la protection des infrastructures civiles essentielles en temps de conflit, ou encore la résolution 2417 qui engage les parties au conflit à ne pas entraver le bon fonctionnement des systèmes alimentaires et des marchés en situation de conflit, d'une part, et d'autre part, offrir une assistance technique aux pays fragiles, aussi bien dans le domaine du stockage des réserves que dans les technologies adéquates. Madame la Présidente, il est manifeste que l'insécurité alimentaire est une menace pour la paix et la sécurité mondiale et exacerbe plutôt les crises humanitaires. L'insécurité alimentaire est le reflet de la crise de solidarité qui nous interpelle en tant que représentants des peuples du monde, en tant que maillons de l'humanité. Nous devons y répondre plus efficacement et de façon concertée, sans plus attendre. Plus que jamais, il est temps de s'attaquer aux causes profondes des conflits. De même, il est fondamental de promouvoir le dialogue, la médiation et la diplomatie pour résoudre les différends et les tensions qui conduisent aux conflits armés. La prévention des conflits est un facteur clé pour garantir la sécurité alimentaire et endiguer l'indignité que constitue la famine. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of Gabon for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Madam President, I acknowledge the United States leadership on the important issue of global food insecurity, which thrice in your successive presidencies has found expression in the Council's work. I assure you of Ghana's support and cooperation during your presidency this month and congratulate Ambassador Barbara Woodward and the United Kingdom delegation for effectively leading the Council during the month of July. We also thank Ms. Rina Gelani, Mr. David Miliband, and Ms. Navin Salem for their briefing, which underscored the magnitude of famine globally and the severity of conflict-induced food insecurity, including for vulnerable countries and populations in Africa. Madam President, the stark reality of food insecurity across the world is alarming. 828 million people are reported to be suffering from hunger, and some 50 million people are on the brink of starvation. These numbers reflect the lives of real people and tell a harrowing story of our collective failure to address this most basic of human needs. 5 years since the adoption of Resolution 2417, conflict has remained a primary driver of acute food insecurity. However, food insecurity is not only a consequence of violent conflict. Combined with other factors, it can be a driver of violent conflict and a contributory factor for their emergence and length. In several places across the world, rising food and fuel prices have led to widespread unrest and instability. And on the African continent, where the fragilities are deep, sharp rises in food prices have often correlated with political dissatisfaction, protests, and agitations that have affected political stability. Today, as a result of the impact of the war in Ukraine, we see the disruptive influence of food insecurity in every country and on everyone. We are bound in our experience by the strong headwinds that the aggression against Ukraine has created in our socioeconomic circumstances. While we therefore welcome the recent announcement by the Russian Federation at the second Russia-Africa Summit to provide grain shipments to 6 African countries at no cost, we are concerned and deeply disappointed that the Black Sea Grain Initiative has not been renewed. A renewal of the initiative, accompanied by a resolution of challenges with the export of Russian ammonia, as well as agricultural products and fertilizers to global markets, represents a more durable way to prevent speculative spikes in global food prices and strengthen global food security while mitigating their knock-on effects. We therefore call on all parties to work constructively to ensure the renewal of the initiative. Madam President, as we reflect over the implementation of Resolution 2417 and the important contribution it has made in the past 5 years, Ghana believes that we must continue to be focused on the important task of breaking the destructive link between armed conflict and hunger by ensuring that the associated positive effects of food systems can promote peace and the supply of safe and nutritious food to civilians. In this regard, we continue to urge the international community to implement a series of emergency measures and simultaneously pursue long-term investments to break the vicious cycle of hunger and conflict. In respect of the immediate measures, Ghana urges for urgency and scaling of our actions to respond to the acute food insecurity and nutrition needs of the millions of vulnerable people in conflict situations around the world, especially in Africa, which is the hardest hit. We call on the international community and donor agencies to respond to the underfunded humanitarian response plans for African countries and to prioritize the implementation of the humanitarian response plans for countries in West Africa and the Sahel by helping to meet the $3.5 billion United States target required to tackle the increasing humanitarian needs. We also urge the strengthening of pre-positioned assets at global and regional humanitarian hubs to help interconnect food stocks quickly and effectively with the growing humanitarian needs. We encourage the deployment of strong efforts to reverse the rapid and dramatic deterioration in food security observed in conflict-affected settings and urge a unified call by the international community in demanding that parties to conflict comply with their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law and human rights law. Madam President, we emphasize the need for long-term investments, especially in countries where there is an acute alignment between food insecurity and conflict. In relation to this, I will make 3 brief additional points. First, our actions must continue to emphasize the preservation of the peace, the prevention of conflicts, and the early deployment of pacific means for the resolution of disputes before they lead to violence between states or within a state. Second, our actions must focus on building resilience in economies and food systems. Besides acknowledging the effects that the climate change has on food insecurity and conflicts, our common efforts should also support efforts for adaptation measures in developing countries and agricultural initiatives such as the African Common Position for Sustainable Food Systems, the further implementation of the African Union's Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program and its results framework, regional food security facilities such as ECOWAS's Food Security Reserve, and the effective implementation of the African Development Bank facility to boost food security, nutrition, and resilience on the African continent. Thirdly, we need to bridge the gap between needs and supplies, especially for regions that may be experiencing drought conditions and where the impact of climate change-induced situations could aggravate conflicts. In this regard, we urge support for the accelerated implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to help avert future food supply chain disruptions on the African continent. Madam President, in concluding, Ghana welcomes the adoption of today's presidential statement and would like to underscore the need to act with urgency, at scale, and in concert to respond to the urgent food security and nutrition needs of the millions of vulnerable people around the world, whose situations have been worsened by conflict. We must also be resolved to provide immediate humanitarian assistance, build resilience of the most vulnerable, and strengthen sustainable, resilient, and inclusive food systems in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ghana for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. And allow me to thank you for organizing today's important debate, and I wish you and your team every success in your presidency of the Council. Let me also thank the United Kingdom for presiding over the Council over the month of July. I also thank today's briefers for their powerful and compelling testimony, analysis, and direct calls to actions. Malta welcomes the adoption of this morning's PRST for today's meeting. Today, the world is experiencing an acute, alarming rise in food insecurity. This threatens not only the lives of millions, but the societal fabric in a myriad of countries across the globe, representing a grave threat to international peace and security. Arresting this crisis will require a response commensurate to the catastrophe itself, in which over 258 million people globally will require urgent and sustained aid. From Afghanistan to Haiti and Sudan, populations are already in crisis levels of hunger, with projections from leading famine, food and agriculture and humanitarian organizations stating that peak global hunger is projected for this December. As we know, this crisis is not gender neutral. Food insecurity and gender inequality are interlinked, as women and girls often have less access and control over land, smallholder agricultural market support, and humanitarian assistance. The conflict in Sudan has severely disrupted the production of crops throughout the country, with estimates that 40% of the population, or 19 million people, are already facing alarming levels of hunger. As the conflict has disrupted farming, it has also disrupted sowing and harvesting. With limited access to seeds and fertilizers, the yield of the next season is in major doubt. Unless urgently addressed, this will compound hunger and guarantee human-induced famine in the months ahead. This situation would have catastrophic consequences for Sudan and the region, where agriculture is a principal source of income and livelihood for the majority of the population. President, just as conflict is a driver of hunger, violence can drive humanitarian operations out of areas of extreme danger. Violence often constrains access for medical and humanitarian organizations, therefore leading organizations to work where they can rather than where they are needed most. Today, we see instances of this in Haiti, Yemen, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Burkina Faso. In civil conflict, humanitarian access can be denied by way of arbitrary and bureaucratic measures. This Council should never accept such attempts to instrumentalize international law. Neither should we accept attempts at shielding such actions from this Council's scrutiny. We urge the UN to continue detailing such access impediments in their reports to this Council and in the White Notes mandated by Security Council Resolution 2417. While coordinating with the host state on the development of such documents, the UN must always assert its operational independence. Only by doing so can we collectively act in a timely manner. Furthermore, this Council must take seriously its obligations to ensure accountability for those who have ordered, participated in the destruction, or prevented the functionality of civilian infrastructure critical for the production of food. Impunity only begets further violations. From generals to local commanders, consequences must follow from violations. To this end, we also call on the UN to work closer with warring parties, especially states, to ensure that adequate deconfliction of such infrastructure in times of armed conflict is conducted. President, Malta regrets the Russian Federation's termination of its involvement in the Black Sea Grain Initiative. This initiative had ensured the safe passage of over 32 million metric tons of food commodities from Ukrainian ports, relieving hunger in some of the hardest hit corners of the world. We urge the Russian Federation to re-engage with the good offices of the Secretary General and reconsider the dramatic impacts this action will have. In conclusion, without urgent, coordinated humanitarian and emergency agricultural intervention, our inaction could condemn millions to starvation. From painful past experiences, we have learned that efforts to avert famine are effective when the international community works together in a goal-oriented manner. Greater resourcing for climate resilience, agricultural innovation, anticipatory action programs, and crucially early agricultural interventions is now paramount to stave off the worst of the coming global hunger crisis. Alleviating acute hunger is the first step on the road to peace building. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Mozambique.
Madam President, Mozambique congratulates Your Excellency and the U.S. government for assuming the presidency of the Security Council. We pledge to cooperate fully with you and the United States team in the Security Council. We highly commend the United States for placing the topic famine and conflict-induced global food insecurity on the agenda of the Council for 3 consecutive years. In that connection, we welcome the presidential statement just adopted this morning. We wish to pay tribute to Her Excellency Ambassador Barbara Woodward of UK and the UK team as a whole for their excellent presidency of the Security Council in the month of July. We thank the distinguished briefers for their important insights on this important topic. Madam President, end hunger, achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote agriculture is one of the stated goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. One of the major obstacles of achieving this noble goal is the growing incidence in the world of armed conflicts, terrorism, and other related factors. They affect food security, where the fightings take place and beyond. The conflicts disrupt and destroy food systems, decrease farming populations, destroy infrastructure, reduce resilience, and increase vulnerability. According to the Global Report on Food Crisis, armed conflicts and other threats to security pushed 139 million people into acute food insecurity in 2021. This is an increase of almost 40 million people compared to the year before. In 2022, the situation has worsened further as the impacts of the armed conflicts were felt across the globe. The 2023 report suggests that conflict pushed over 117 million people into acute food insecurity in the first half of the year alone, in addition to other negative factors such as economic shocks and extreme weather conditions. We come from Africa, a region where our heads of state and government have committed themselves to a collective policy of silencing the guns and promoting development for peace and prosperity of our nations. We are therefore aware of this vicious link between insecurity and armed conflicts. Many countries in Africa and Asia are the focus of the attention of famine reporters. These are countries where the specter of food insecurity could be dramatic if an urgent and consistent humanitarian action is not taken. We believe cooperation and understanding between states or warring parties to extend humanitarian aid and safeguard the human dignity would immensely contribute to minimizing the suffering of those populations who live the tragedy of war on a daily basis. Mozambique stands in solidarity with all populations that, in the aftermath of various conflicts, including those motivated by transnational terrorists, are forced to leave their production areas, thereby increasing the pressure for humanitarian aid. We defend the creation of conditions for access to humanitarian aid without hindrance, in full compliance with international humanitarian law. Madam President, countering prevailing gloom situation requires, among other things, an in-depth knowledge of the evolving threats and challenges we are confronted with. It also requires the ability to reach the affected segments of population, provide them with individualized and well-timed support in response to their needs, and strengthen their positive coping mechanisms. This is best done through partnership and collaboration that reinforce existing support structures and leverage the comparative advantages of the many organizations and entities present in any humanitarian crisis, taking into account the local, national, and regional realities. To achieve this end, Mozambique encourages the adoption of a humanitarian, integrated, and inclusive approach based on an intersectoral coordination at all levels between local, national, regional, and international partners. Public and private sector should be included in order to ensure sustainable food and nutritional security for needy populations with a view to creating sustainable food systems. Madam President, based on our own experience in Mozambique, we are of the view that food security at national or international level comes with peace and a normalization of people's lives. It comes with the will and strength to negotiate and settle peacefully the disputes everywhere they arise. In the meanwhile, to mitigate dire humanitarian situations, some actions must be taken, individually or collectively, by states, donors, and organizations that include: 1, strengthening the productive capacity of concerned countries by facilitating access to production technologies, including adequate funding for agriculture, livestock, and fisheries sectors in order to prevent conflicts. 2, lifting all constraints, barriers, and protection measures to the distribution chain of fertilizers and inputs. 3, encouraging strict compliance with obligations under international humanitarian law, reminding all parties to conflicts that indispensable objects for the survival of civilians are to be respected and safeguarded. 4, providing technical assistance and inclusion of groups most vulnerable to conflict in food systems value chains. These include women, youth, and individuals with disabilities. Madam President, Mozambique calls on the Security Council to do all in its power towards achieving a cessation of hostilities in all conflicts that continue to claim human lives in the world. It is our duty under the Charter to free innocent civilians from the scourge of war and from perpetual situation of hunger and famine. We urge the United Nations member states to channel all means and resources to the attainment of peace, security, and stability. These are, in our view, the solid foundations for promoting and building global food security worldwide. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Mozambique for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of China.
谢谢主席女士。主席女士，我感谢盖拉尼女士、米利班德先生和萨勒姆女士刚才所做的通报。粮食问题关乎民生与安全，复杂性、敏感性强，产供链波及面广，是长期反复延宕的全球性挑战之一。安理会高度重视这一问题，从不同角度采取积极行动，包括通过了第2417号决议，对武装冲突中保护平民、保障农业设施、加大人道投入提出了明确的要求。国际社会要共同行动，推动安理会相关要求落地生根，坚持政治解决争端，阻断冲突与饥饿之间的恶性循环。当前全球粮食安全形势更加严峻，联合国报告显示的数据和各位通报人所介绍的情况触目惊心，令人担忧。中方支持联合国机构发挥专业优势和协调作用，动员国际社会，特别是发达国家，加大人道援助的力度，补齐全球人道响应的资金缺口，缓解有关国家人民的燃眉之急。在应对好紧迫问题的基础上，要彻底解决粮食难题， 必须聚焦根源性问题，进行系统审视。粮食危机的最大受害者，无一例外，都是发展中国家。粮食不安全本质上是全球范围内发展不充分、不平衡的结果，是南北发展鸿沟的具体体现，同长期以来不公正、不合理的国际粮食生产贸易体系和国际治理体系密切相关。国际社会要以今年9月可持续发展目标峰会和明年未来峰会为契机，标本兼治，完善规则，综合施策，推动如期实现2030年零饥饿的目标。第一，牢固树立共同安全的理念。粮食危机成因复杂，同其他传统和非传统安全问题相互交织。没有国际社会的共同安全，就很难有持久的粮食安全。我们应该秉持共同、综合、合作、可持续的安全观，致力于以和平方式解决争端，倡导对话，以团结精神、共赢思维应对粮食安全等各类挑战。我们要坚决反对单边制裁、脱钩断链、破坏市场秩序、打压别国企业等影响国际粮食安全和全球合作的行为。中方敦促有关国家立即停止此类既缺乏法律和事实依据，也有违公平正义的做法。黑海粮食外运协议以及关于俄罗斯粮食化肥出口的谅解备忘录，对于维护全球粮食安全具有积极作用。当前恢复一揽子协议的机会之窗依然存在。中方希望有关各方加紧对话协商，坚持相向而行，争取平衡解决各方合理关切，早日恢复俄罗斯与乌克兰粮食与化肥的出口。中方支持秘书长和有关各方继续为此做出努力。第二，加快弥合南北发展鸿沟。可持续发展是实现粮食共同安全的最根本保障。国际社会要将粮食安全问题放在全球宏观经济政策协调和可持续发展的大框架中加以应对。利用可持续发展目标峰会以及联合国粮食系统峰会2030-2023盘点时刻，认真倾听发展中国家的声音，加强南北对话协调，汇聚更多发展资源，凝聚更大的发展合力。我们要大力帮助有需要的发展中国家解决好农业、农村、农民问题，增强应对气候变化和自然灾害的韧性，提高粮食产量和自给能力。发达国家应取消不合理的农业补贴，采取负责任的货币政策，减少输入性通胀、汇率波动等因素对发展中国家粮食安全的冲击。同时，要切实兑现官方发展援助，不能搞技术封锁、小样高墙那一套，而应加快生物、数字、空间等技术转移应用和知识分享，为发展中国家加强能力建设和持久发展创造更好条件。第三，完善全球粮农治理体系。国际粮食市场长期存在着定价权被大粮商所垄断、产供链结构性失衡、农产品高度金融化等问题。个别国家滥施单边制裁、 强制措施，给当事国农业和经济发展造成严重困难。国际社会要高度重视并推动解决这些损害全球粮食安全的顽瘴痼疾，在可持续发展目标峰会、未来峰会筹备进程中统筹考虑，从制度、规则层面完善全球粮农治理，重点是增加发展中国家的代表性、发言权和决策权，取消单边制裁措施对粮食生产和出口的限制，打击投机资本和价格垄断，打造安全稳定、畅通高效、开放包容、互利共赢的产供链体系，构建更加公平合理的国际粮食贸易秩序。主席、女士，行动胜于一切。中国一直以积极行动为维护国际粮食安全作出贡献，提出了全球发展倡议、国际粮食安全合作倡议，倡导深化粮食领域务实合作，在资金、技术、市场等方面帮助发展中国家提升粮食生产、收储和减损能力。中国同140多个国家和地区开展了农业合作，向发展中国家推广1000多项农业技术，为80多个发展中国家培训超过1.4万名杂交水稻专业技术人才，向有需要的国家提供紧急粮食援助。我们愿同世界各国一道，不断深化交流合作，为维护全球粮食安全做出更大的贡献。谢谢主席女士。
I thank the representative of China for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Madame la Présidente, je tiens à vous féliciter et à remercier les États-Unis pour l'organisation de ce débat ouvert sur un sujet aussi important, dans le prolongement de la réunion qui avait été organisée par la présidence britannique le 17 juillet dernier, à laquelle la ministre de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères avait participé. Et je remercie également chacune et chacun des intervenants pour leurs exposés édifiants. L'année 2022 a été une année noire pour la sécurité alimentaire et après le retrait russe de l'accord en mer Noire, nous pouvons nourrir les pires craintes pour les prochains mois. Cette crise aiguë touche le monde entier, mais elle frappe très sévèrement les pays les plus vulnérables et les plus pauvres. Et je voudrais commencer par ce point. La guerre d'agression de la Russie contre l'Ukraine continue d'aggraver une situation déjà extrêmement préoccupante qui est causée à la fois par la multiplication des conflits armés, par les impacts du changement climatique, par l'érosion de la biodiversité et la pandémie de Covid-19. La Russie est directement responsable de l'aggravation de cette crise multifactorielle. Sourde aux efforts du secrétaire général des Nations Unies et de la Turquie, elle a mis fin de manière unilatérale, brutale, à l'initiative céréalière de la mer Noire qui permettait d'acheminer des céréales vers 45 pays et vers les populations vulnérables, y compris via une aide humanitaire du Programme alimentaire mondial. Elle permettait de stabiliser les cours mondiaux et d'éviter les pénuries. En privant les céréales ukrainiennes d'un accès aux marchés mondiaux, en bloquant la navigation en mer Noire, la Russie menace directement la sécurité alimentaire mondiale et l'approvisionnement des pays les plus touchés. Elle cherche ainsi à détruire les capacités de production, d'exportation ukrainiennes, y compris en bombardant les infrastructures portuaires et les terminaux céréaliers, en violation complète du droit international. Son objectif est d'asphyxier le système agricole ukrainien, non seulement pour réduire les revenus de l'Ukraine, mais également pour s'arroger une position dominante sur les marchés et servir ses propres intérêts économiques, ceux de ses entreprises agricoles. Et la hausse du prix des céréales qu'elle entend provoquer se ferait à son profit, mais au détriment de l'ensemble des autres pays. Donc après avoir exercé un chantage inacceptable au renouvellement de l'accord en mer Noire, elle ajoute au cynisme l'irresponsabilité dans son instrumentalisation de la crise alimentaire mondiale. Et la Russie doit cesser de faire de la faim une arme de guerre. Madame la Présidente, la réponse à l'insécurité alimentaire et à la malnutrition est la responsabilité de tous. La France est pleinement engagée dans ce combat. Elle a pris immédiatement l'initiative pour contribuer à la réponse à la crise alimentaire mondiale en lançant plusieurs initiatives, notamment Farm et le sauvetage des récoltes. Nous avons ainsi mobilisé cette année plus de 900 millions d'euros pour l'aide d'urgence alimentaire, la résilience agricole, le développement des systèmes agricoles des pays les plus vulnérables, dont 160 millions d'euros au bénéfice du programme alimentaire mondial, soit un doublement par rapport à l'année 2021. Je rappelle que dans le même temps, la Russie a divisé par 2 sa contribution au programme alimentaire mondial en 2022, qu'elle prive de surcroît du blé ukrainien. Avec nos partenaires européens, nous appuyons les corridors de solidarité qui ont été mis en place par l'Union européenne. Ils ont permis d'acheminer 41 millions de tonnes de produits céréaliers hors d'Ukraine depuis le mois de mars 2022. Ils sont à ce jour la seule voie d'acheminement de céréales ukrainiennes et nous entendons les renforcer. La France continuera d'être à l'initiative dans les prochains mois et elle accueillera la première réunion mondiale de la Coalition pour l'alimentation scolaire à Paris au mois d'octobre prochain. Cette réunion doit permettre, cette initiative, cette coalition se donne pour objectif de permettre à chaque enfant de bénéficier d'au moins un repas sain et nutritif par jour, ce qui représente à la fois un filet de protection sociale, mais également un levier pour favoriser la fréquentation scolaire. Elle accueillera également le prochain sommet Nutrition pour la croissance. Madame la Présidente, alors que l'insécurité alimentaire atteint des niveaux inédits, le respect du droit international humanitaire est un impératif pour permettre l'acheminement de l'aide aux populations, des populations dans le besoin. La France rappelle que le fait d'affamer délibérément des civils est constitutif de crimes de guerre. Ce crime ne doit pas rester impuni. L'aide humanitaire doit pouvoir être acheminée de manière sûre, rapide, sans entrave, à l'ensemble des personnes dans le besoin. Et comme l'ensemble des briefeurs nous l'ont rappelé, l'accès de l'aide est clé et critique pour l'ensemble des pays les plus à risque de famine. Mais la France voudrait également appeler aujourd'hui à ce que les entraves à l'acheminement de l'aide humanitaire et alimentaire pour la population du Haut-Karabakh, à travers le corridor de la Chine, soient levées, ainsi que les entraves à la circulation, conformément à l'ordonnance de la CIJ du 22 février dernier. À l'heure où l'espace humanitaire se réduit, la France réitère son plein et entier soutien à l'ensemble des acteurs de l'action humanitaire dans l'exercice de leur difficile mission. La France soutient le projet de déclaration présidentielle porté par les États-Unis et l'en remercie. Et je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of France for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Señora Presidenta, le agradezco por convocar este debate y agradezco a los expositores por sus valiosas ponencias. El Ecuador se suma al discurso que pronunciará la delegación de Irlanda a nombre del Grupo de Amigos de Acción sobre el Conflicto y el Hambre que copresidimos. ¿Cuánto le costó a este Consejo adoptar en 2018 la resolución 2417 sobre hambre y conflicto? Hoy se trata de una herramienta valiosa de alerta temprana y respuesta. Precisamente, mantuvimos la semana pasada un diálogo informal interactivo sobre riesgos de la seguridad alimentaria para considerar la nota de alerta sobre la situación de riesgo en Burkina Faso, República Democrática del Congo y Haití. Esperamos que la sesión de hoy sirva como una caja de resonancia para la movilización de esfuerzos y recursos de OCHA, el PMA, la FAO, los actores humanitarios y los donantes para aliviar la crisis en esos países. Pero ¿qué más podemos hacer como Consejo de Seguridad? No pretendemos que exista una receta genérica aplicable a todos los estados, pero la paz y la estabilidad son contextos indispensables. En el caso de Haití, con la resolución 2692 del pasado 14 de julio, abarcamos las principales recomendaciones de OCHA. El Consejo instó a todas las partes, incluidas aquellas con capacidad para influir en los grupos armados, que tomen medidas para que no se sigan bloqueando las carreteras necesarias para abastecer los mercados locales y que paren los daños a las fuentes de alimentos, cultivos y el ganado o suministros médicos. Se tomaron en cuenta también las necesidades de accesos humanitarios, seguro, rápido y sin trabas. Hoy saludamos la adopción de la declaración de la Presidencia, que también recoge esas recomendaciones. Por supuesto, esperamos que haya el suficiente acompañamiento para que se implementen en el terreno. El despliegue de una fuerza especializada de apoyo a la policía haitiana favorecerá los esfuerzos en Haití. La seguridad es indispensable, pero no suficiente, por lo que simultáneamente debemos avanzar en la implementación de otras estrategias que requieren de la cooperación de los donantes para Haití en el ámbito socioeconómico. Señoras y señores, con más de 250 millones de personas que desde 2022 padecen de hambre aguda en un tercio de los miembros de esta organización, enfocarnos en la seguridad alimentaria es central, más aún cuando la mayoría de esos casos involucran escenarios de crisis y violencia armada. Reiteramos la obligación de todas las partes de hacer todo lo posible para garantizar el buen funcionamiento de los sistemas y mercados de alimentación, protegiendo los bienes de producción, almacenamiento y distribución de alimentos, así como el abastecimiento de agua. El Consejo debe asegurar el cumplimiento de la Resolución 2573 sobre la protección de bienes esenciales, copatrocinada por el Ecuador en el 2021. Reiteramos así la prohibición de atacar, destruir, sustraer o inutilizar los bienes agrícolas y las cosechas. Condenamos cualquier práctica de hacer padecer hambre a la población como una táctica de guerra y cualquier bloqueo o agresión contra los proveedores de asistencia humanitaria. Si sabemos de cerca que cerca de hasta 25,000 personas mueren por hambre cada día, entonces, ¿cuántas personas han fallecido por hambre aguda en este quinquenio? ¿Cuántas personas perdieron la vida por falta de alimentos desde el debate de este Consejo de marzo de 2021 o desde mayo de 2022? ¿Cuántos desde el debate sobre protección de civiles hace solo 3 meses? ¿Y cuántos desde el inicio de la sesión de hoy? Pero también debemos ser capaces de preguntarnos cuántas vidas las Naciones Unidas y este Consejo salvaron. ¿Qué estamos haciendo para evitar que más países caigan en riesgo de hambruna? En abril del año pasado, el Ecuador albergó la Conferencia Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe, debido a la preocupación por el aumento del hambre y de la inseguridad alimentaria en mi región y en el mundo. Reiteramos la necesidad de que se retome la iniciativa del grano del Mar Negro y se establezcan otras que permitan evitar el deterioro de la inseguridad alimentaria global. Asimismo, el comercio de fertilizantes, las semillas y los insumos agrícolas no deben sufrir restricciones. Debemos impulsar que se profundicen los esfuerzos de todos los órganos y agencias del sistema de Naciones Unidas y de los Estados miembros para que podamos pasar la página de una humanidad en la cual el gasto militar alcanza los $2 billones y 1/3 de la producción de alimentos saludables se desperdicia, mientras niñas y niños ingieren galletas de tierra y barro. Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative of Ecuador for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President. And let me start by welcoming you and your team to the Security Council presidency and thank the US presidency for bringing the issue of food insecurity back to this council following Security Council Resolution 2417. I also want to thank Rina Galani, David Miliband, and Navin Salam for bringing your expertise and, critically, your proposals for action to the Council. Since 2021, as we've all heard, the number of people facing acute food insecurity has skyrocketed from 193 million to over 250 million today. And as we've heard, conflict is the main driver. Last week, the Council met to discuss the UN's warning on rapidly deteriorating food security in Haiti, DRC, and Burkina Faso. The message was clear: act now to prevent further deterioration. So in that spirit, I want to join others in focusing on actions and propose 3. They overlap with those that have been proposed by others during the course of our debate, and in particular with those proposed by the United Nations Famine Prevention and Response Coordinator. First, this Council should take concerted action to tackle the drivers of conflict and invest in inclusive, sustainable peace. The Secretary-General's new agenda for peace calls for renewed multilateral cooperation and putting women, who are uniquely impacted by food insecurity, at the center of peace initiatives. In Afghanistan, if they cannot bear to watch their children die, some mothers face a harrowing choice: sell their children or starve. Congolese women in displacement camps are forced into sex work just to buy food. Second, we call on parties to conflict to abide by international humanitarian law and to allow humanitarians rapid and unimpeded access to people in need. In Sudan and Somalia, starving communities are surrounded by fighting, and humanitarians cannot reach them with food. International humanitarian law is our greatest defense against hunger in armed conflict, and those who violate it should be held to account. Finally, we need to protect global food systems. The Black Sea Grain Initiative got nearly 33 million tons of grain into world markets. Russia's decision to end the initiative has raised food prices, hitting the world's hungriest people. Russia's offer to give 50,000 tons of grain to each of 6 countries will not bring grain prices back down, nor help those facing famine in other countries. This inadequate gesture falls far short of solving the global problem that Russia has created. And let's be clear, UK, US, and EU sanctions do not target food and fertilizer. They target Russia's war machine. As South Africa's President Ramaphosa said, the Black Sea should be open. We call on Russia to rejoin the BSGI immediately. Madam President, we know what we need to do to stop these soaring levels of hunger. Let's now turn that into action. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for their statement, and I now give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Спасибо, госпожа председатель. Благодарим координатора ООН по предотвращению голода и реагированию Рину Гиляни за доклад. Выслушали представителей НПО, выступивших по предложению Соединенных Штатов Америки. Тема сегодняшнего заседания – борьба с голодом, безусловно, крайне важна. Россия, как и ранее СССР, уделяет ей приоритетное внимание. Причем исторически не просто в привязке к конкретным конфликтам, а в более широком контексте борьбы за социально-экономические права человека. Усилия Советского Союза на этом направлении с благодарностью помнят во многих регионах мира. Отрадно, что и наши западные коллеги начали задумываться об этой теме. Но, как ясно из прозвучавших выступлений, их интерес, к сожалению, носит исключительно конъюнктурный характер. Угрозой мирового голода они озаботились только с недавних пор. И лишь постольку, поскольку эту тему можно попробовать, по их мнению, эксплуатировать для очернения России. Более того, для нас очевидно, что многие, причем наиболее острые из кризисных продовольственных ситуаций, прямо или косвенно спровоцированы действиями США и их союзников, или являются последствиями их многолетней политики. К примеру, Афганистан, о котором говорила наша британская коллега. Вот уже 20 лет не может выбраться из пучины голода и нищеты из-за экспериментов, ведомой США коалиции по демократизации на западный лад этой страны с глубоко традиционным укладом. Несмотря на то, что у наших коллег, западных членов Совета Безопасности, не хватило смелости честно назвать первопричины продовольственных и других кризисов в таких странах, как Ирак, Ливия и Сирия, все мы прекрасно понимаем, что они вызваны незаконными интервенциями западных государств. В случае с Сирией, которая когда-то кормила хлебом многих своих соседей, США до сих пор оккупируют значительные районы этого государства, воруя нефть, зерно и другие природные ресурсы. Как бы то ни было, уважаемые коллеги, предлагаю для начала разобраться с коренными причинами угроз продовольственной безопасности, о которых наши западные коллеги скромно умалчивают. По оценкам ООН, технически острой нехватки продовольствия в мире нет. То есть дело не в том, что его мало. Продовольствия в мире производится достаточно. Проблема в его неравномерном распределении, когда на Западе накоплены избыточные запасы, а в развивающихся государствах дефицит. Вторая причина – это то, что экономисты называют ценовой конъюнктурой. Проще говоря, когда крупнейшим производителям агропромышленной продукции выгодно поддерживать высокие цены на нее. Речь идет о так называемой «большой четверке». Это американские компании Archer Daniels Midland, Bunch и Cargill, а также нидерландская Louis Dreyfus, на долю которых приходится от 75 до 90% глобального торгового оборота товаров АПК. В 2022 финансовом году одна только корпорация Cargill нарастила объемы продаж на 23%, до 165 миллиардов долларов, зафиксировав рекордную чистую прибыль в 5 миллиардов долларов. Уважаемые коллеги, а теперь давайте зададимся вопросом, почему на фоне сверхприбылей западного АПК угроза голода больнее всего бьет по развивающимся государствам с растущим населением? Почему их экономика с ней не справляется? Ответ очень прост. Западные колонизаторы в прошлом сознательно затачивали их для извлечения максимальной выгоды для метрополии, а не для того, чтобы они были способны прокормить свое население. Им была навязана монокультурная сельскохозяйственная специализация, в результате чего их экспорт сейчас зачастую состоит из одного-двух видов товаров. Подобная структура экономики обуславливает их чрезвычайную зависимость от колебаний цен на мировых продовольственных рынках. А нынешняя нестабильность на них обусловлена тем, что западные государства в период пандемии коронавируса бросились спасать свои экономики, совершенно не заботясь о том, как их необдуманные действия в финансовой, экономической, энергетической и других сферах ударят по более уязвимым участникам мировой экономики. Коллеги, год назад, реагируя на призывы ООН, мы, несмотря на имевшиеся сомнения, согласились на зерновую сделку. Однако западные страны и здесь умудрились вывернуть все в свою пользу. Одна из двух частей сделки, Черноморская инициатива, из гуманитарной очень быстро стала коммерческой. В нуждающиеся страны в итоге поступило лишь 3% экспортированного зерна. Львиная же его доля попала в западные государства. Разве об этом мы договаривались? Двуличие наших бывших западных партнеров еще более четко проявилось в их высокомерном нежелании выполнять вторую часть зерновой сделки – меморандум России ООН по поставкам российских продовольствий и удобрений на мировые рынки. И это при том, что доля России на мировом рынке пшеницы 20%, Украины менее 5%. А это значит, что Россия вносит существенный вклад в глобальную продовольственную безопасность, является солидным, ответственным международным поставщиком сельхозпродукции. Не говоря уже про исключительную роль российских удобрений для глобальной продовольственной безопасности. Казалось бы, с учетом этих очевидных фактов, западным странам необходимо сконцентрироваться на том, чтобы российское зерно и удобрения беспрепятственно попадали в нуждающиеся страны. Однако в планы наших западных коллег это не входит, что позавчера недвусмысленно подтвердили вы, госпожа председатель. Так, о каком тогда стремлении вашей страны решать вопросы международной продовольственной безопасности может идти речь? Все, что вами движет, это стремление наказать Россию и ваши несбыточные мечты нанести ей стратегическое поражение. А на интересы стран глобального юга вам совершенно наплевать. А нам нет. Поэтому еще раз повторяю, что если все обозначенные нами публично, в том числе в этом зале, проблемы, возникшие с реализацией меморандума России и ООН, будут устранены, мы готовы будем вернуться к участию в Черноморской инициативе. Уважаемые коллеги, западные делегации сегодня буквально сыпали цифрами гумпомощи, оказываемой ими развивающимся странам. Достаточно ли этого для компенсации ущерба, нанесенного веками жестокой колониальной политики, разграбления природных богатств и эксплуатации населения? Это судить не нам, а тем государствам, которые от нее пострадали. Много ли помогают страны Запада или мало? Чужие деньги, конечно, считать нехорошо. Однако сложно не заметить, что объемы, оказываемые США и их союзниками странам глобального юга помощи, не идут ни в какое сравнение с тем, что Запад менее чем за 2 года выделил на оружие для войны по доверенности с Россией до последнего украинца. По самым скромным подсчетам это 80 миллиардов евро. Общая же сумма выделенных Украине средств – 165 миллиардов евро. И это при том, что на все гумоперации на 2023 год УКГВ ООН запросил у доноров 55,2 миллиарда долларов. И на настоящий момент выделено всего 24,8% от этой суммы. Представляете, сколько всего хорошего можно было бы сделать в мире, если бы США и их союзники тратили деньги на содействие развитию с такой же готовностью, с какой они спонсируют войны по всему миру. Но сейчас я хочу обратить внимание на другое. Несмотря на все благие лозунги, донорская помощь западных стран не бескорыстна и всегда обставлена политическими предусловиями. Наглядный пример – ситуация с механизмом трансграничной гумпомощи Сирии, когда западные страны фактически открыто шантажируют сирийский народ, добиваясь смены власти. Другой пример – раздающиеся сейчас угрозы Жозепа Борреля, а также руководству Великобритании, Франции и США прекратить помогать Нигеру. Там что, люди в одночасье перестали голодать после переворота? То есть очевидно, что вся эта гумпомощь используется Западом исключительно как инструмент ручного управления государствами, которые вынуждены к ней прибегать. Потребности же нуждающегося населения при этом во внимание не принимаются. Уважаемые коллеги из развивающихся стран, не обольщайтесь, привычки и методы бывших колонизаторов не изменились, поменялась только их упаковка. За каждый потраченный якобы ради помощи доллар они будут требовать от вас расплатиться суверенитетом и политической самостоятельностью. Многие африканские государства уже это наглядно на себе ощутили и не хотят мириться с таким подходом. Это, похоже, мешает спать в райском саду господину Боррелю, который сегодня вдруг решил, что, продавая зерно по низким ценам, Россия якобы делает его покупателей зависимыми. Не буду комментировать бредовую логику главы дипломатии ЕС, скажу лишь, что факты свидетельствуют не в его пользу. Россия никогда не рассматривала ни Африку, ни Азию, ни Латинскую Америку как пространство для извлечения прибыли. Несмотря на все чинимые США и их союзниками препоны, мы помогали, помогаем и будем безвозмездно помогать нуждающимся во всем мире. Мы строили и будем строить заводы, школы, больницы и университеты, чтобы вы могли создавать на базе своих природных ресурсов конечные товары с добавленной стоимостью, а не экспортировать сырье, чтобы ваша молодежь оставалась дома, а не уезжала массово из страны. Понимаем, какое значение имеет бесперебойное снабжение африканских стран продуктами питания. Это важно для социально-экономического развития и для поддержания политической стабильности. Поэтому уделяем особое внимание поставкам африканским друзьям пшеницы, ячменя, кукурузы и других зерновых культур, в том числе по линии Всемирной продовольственной программы ООН. В прошлом году торговля агропродукцией между Россией и странами Африки выросла на 10% и составила $6,7 миллиарда. А в январе-июне текущего года уже увеличилась еще на рекордные 60%. Зерновых Россия экспортировала в Африку в 2022 году 11,5 миллиона тонн. И только за первые 6 месяцев этого года уже почти 10 миллионов тонн. И это, хочу подчеркнуть, несмотря на введенные в отношении нашего экспорта незаконные односторонние санкции, которые серьезно затрудняют поставку российского продовольствия, усложняют транспортировку, логистику, страхование и проводку банковских платежей. Более того, как было объявлено на недавнем саммите Россия-Африка, мы будем готовы уже в ближайшие месяцы безвозмездно предоставить Буркина-Фасо, Зимбабве, Мали, Сомали, Центральноафриканской Республике, Эритрее по 25-50 тысяч тонн зерна. Обеспечим и бесплатную доставку этой продукции потребителям. Напоминаю также и о нашей готовности к безвозмездной передаче минеральных удобрений нуждающимся беднейшим странам. Из 262 тысяч тонн таких удобрений, заблокированных в европейских портах, пока удалось отправить всего 2 партии – 20 тысяч тонн Малави и 34 тысячи тонн в Кению. Остальное по-прежнему находится в руках европейцев. И это несмотря на то, что речь идет о сугубо гуманитарной акции, на которую никакие санкции не должны распространяться в принципе. Уважаемые коллеги, мы исходим из того, что подавляющее большинство стран, в том числе африканских, где в настоящее время фиксируется тревожная тенденция в области продбезопасности, обладают достаточными и плодородными территориями. То есть база для выстраивания собственного производственного суверенитета у них есть. Ее необходимо укреплять не за счет поставок гумпомощи, а посредством реализации проектов в области устойчивого развития в целом, передачи необходимых технологий и удобрений, устойчивых к погодным условиям семян. Мы убеждены, что при применении соответствующих аграрных технологий и правильной организации сельхозпроизводства Африка в перспективе может не только накормить себя, обеспечить свою продовольственную безопасность, но и стать экспортером различных видов продовольствия. Со своей стороны Россия готова делиться и с африканскими государствами, и со всеми другими заинтересованными развивающимися странами экспертизой в области сельхозпроизводства, оказывать содействие во внедрении передовых технологий. В отличие от западных неоколониалистов, мы заинтересованы в формировании более справедливой системы распределения ресурсов, в том, чтобы развивающиеся государства не были вечно посажены на иглу, обставленные политическими условиями гуманитарной помощи Запада, а по сути примитивного шантажа. Чтобы они преодолели вызовы переходного периода, сформировали крепкие, устойчивые, самодостаточные экономики, что поможет обеспечить социальную стабильность и благосостояние населения, то есть получили полную свободу рук в реализации своего суверенитета, в принятии всех внутри- и внешнеполитических решений. Россия готова вам в этом всемерно помогать. Госпожа председатель, мы отмечаем работу, проведенную нашими американскими коллегами в преддверии сегодняшнего заседания по согласованию заявления председателя Совета Безопасности по голоду и конфликтам. Несмотря на то, что в этот документ вошли не все предложенные нами положения, мы сочли возможным поддержать его в духе компромисса. За скобками, в частности, остались последствия нелегитимных односторонних ограничительных мер и санкций, которые оказывают прямое негативное воздействие на продовольственную безопасность в мире. Уместно было бы также напомнить о пункте 3 статьи 54 доп. Протокола к Женевским конвенциям от 12 августа 1949 года, в соответствии с которым запреты на нападение или уничтожение объектов сельскохозяйственной инфраструктуры не действуют, если такие объекты используются для поддержания существования личного состава вооруженных сил или прямой поддержки военных действий. В ходе сегодняшних дебатов от имени группы друзей в защиту Устава ООН выступит представитель Венесуэлы. Мы присоединяемся к его заявлению, гораздо полнее отражающему подход к решению проблем, находящихся в фокусе внимания нашей сегодняшней встречи. Госпожа председатель, в завершении хотел бы сказать, что поскольку значение российского продовольствия и удобрений для социально-экономического развития и достижения показателей продовольственной обеспеченности стран Азии, Африки, Латинской Америки и Ближнего Востока огромно и очевидно, выбор сейчас за вами и вашими союзниками. Пока не будут ликвидированы искусственно созданные Западом нелегитимные препятствия, с которыми сталкиваются российские эконом-операторы при осуществлении поставок сельхозпродукции, восстановить нормальное функционирование цепочек поставок и решить другие задачи, связанные с обеспечением глобальной продовольственной безопасности, едва ли возможно. Сколько бы вы ни пытались выставить Россию виноватой, факты говорят не в вашу пользу. Поэтому решайте, что важнее для США и их союзников – геополитические соображения или стремление помочь развивающемуся миру. Если первое, то не надо никого вводить в заблуждение, в том числе и инициируя дебаты, подобные сегодняшним, и составляя красивые совместные документы. Нужны не слова, а дела. Мы были и остаемся готовы к совместным усилиям для укрепления международной продовольственной безопасности. А вы? В этом у нас есть серьезные сомнения. Благодарю за внимание.
I thank the Russian Federation for their statement. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 3 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. Flashing lights on the collars of the microphones will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 3 minutes. I give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Vahi Javargan, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I would like to express my appreciation to the United States for convening this open debate on such a pertinent topic. I thank Ms. Rina Ghalani, UN Famine Prevention and Response Coordinator, and other distinguished briefers for presenting their views on the ways to prevent and address famine by strengthening the food security in conflict situations. Starvation has been repeatedly used as a method of warfare and perpetration of genocide throughout history. But today, I'm not going to recall examples from the past or assess future risks of famine in the context of the conflict. Instead, I would like to bring to the attention of the Council a situation which is happening right now, situation wherein people do not know whether today they will be able to find milk formula for their babies, loaf of bread for their children, or provide medicines to critically ill relatives. As we meet, the people of Nagorno-Karabakh face threat to their very existence resulting from the complete blockade imposed by Azerbaijan. For more than 7 months, Azerbaijan continues to block the Lachin corridor, a humanitarian lifeline connecting Nagorno-Karabakh with the outside world. This illegal and inhumane action is in blatant violation of the order of International Court of Justice of 22 February 2023, reaffirmed by July 6 order, norms of international humanitarian law, and the trilateral statement of 9 November 2020. The complete halt of any humanitarian supplies by Azerbaijan since 15 June this year has led to a critical shortage of food, medical supplies, and other essential goods, creating a full-fledged humanitarian crisis. Disruption of electricity and gas supplies has been paralyzing social and healthcare services and transportation system, depriving the besieged population of their fundamental human rights. The blockade has a particular devastating impact on the most vulnerable segments of the population. Due to the lack of essential foods and vitamins, approximately 2,000 pregnant women, around 30,000 children, 20,000 elder persons, and 9,000 persons with disabilities are struggling to survive under conditions of malnutrition, absence of basic supplies and medicines. Moreover, Azerbaijan continuously targets civilians conducting agricultural works, augmenting its manifest intent to impose starvation on the population. These warning signs have already been communicated by the ICRC, which remains the only international humanitarian mission in Nagorno-Karabakh. In its July 25 news release, the International Committee of the Red Cross expressed concern of a growing humanitarian needs and emphasize that it's not currently able to bring humanitarian assistance to the civilian population through the Lachin corridor, while stressing that its humanitarian aid convoys are a lifeline for the population in the area. After 3 days of this communication, Azerbaijan arrested 68-year-old Vagiv Khachatryan, a person who was being transported by ICRC from Nagorno-Karabakh to Armenia for medical treatment. The arrest of a person under ICRC protection whose transfer was preliminarily agreed with Azerbaijan is not merely a perfidious act, but well-calculated obstruction of the ICRC work in Nagorno-Karabakh. To address life-saving needs of the most vulnerable, on 26 July, the government of Armenia decided to deliver a consignment of around 360 tons of essential goods, mainly food and medical supplies, to Nagorno-Karabakh. We appealed to the peacekeeping forces of the Russian Federation to organize the delivery of the humanitarian assistance to those in need, which was established practice through past months. However, up until now, the humanitarian cargo remains at the entrance to the Lachin corridor due to the obstruction and denial by Azerbaijani side of its transfer. Madam President, the dire humanitarian situation on the ground and risks of evolving hunger in Nagorno-Karabakh require efficient and timely response by the international community to ensure full and unconditional implementation of the ICJ decisions and full respect of international human rights and international humanitarian law. We hope that yesterday's statement of the UN Secretary General, wherein he expressed deep concern on humanitarian situation and emphasized the need of implementation of ICJ orders for ensuring unimpeded movement of persons, vehicles, and cargo along Lachin corridor, will be the first step towards full UN engagement on the ground. This engagement is as needed as ever. The cost of inaction is too high to be sustained, and this mass atrocity being perpetrated through starvation should and can be prevented and stopped. We call on the UN and its Security Council to undertake urgent measures to ensure full adherence of Azerbaijan to its legally binding obligations under ICJ orders and the international humanitarian law, immediately restore the freedom of movement across the Lachin corridor, and allow safe and unimpeded humanitarian access of the UN agencies and the ICRC to Nagorno-Karabakh. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Gevorgian for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Geraldo Penalver Porto, First Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Cuba.
Señora Presidenta, suscribimos la declaración que pronunciará en la tarde de hoy el representante de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela en nombre del Grupo de Amigos en Defensa de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. En la Cumbre Mundial sobre la Alimentación, celebrada en 1996, el líder histórico de la Revolución Cubana, Fidel Castro Ruz, denunció las causas raigales de las desigualdades y el hambre cuando planteó, y cito, son el capitalismo, el neoliberalismo, las leyes de un mercado salvaje, la deuda externa, el subdesarrollo, el intercambio desigual, los que matan a tantas personas en el mundo. Fin de la cita. Persiste un orden internacional profundamente injusto, antidemocrático y excluyente, que ha provocado un crecimiento exponencial de la pobreza, el hambre y la inseguridad alimentaria. La actual crisis global multidimensional ha contribuido a aumentar las brechas entre el norte, cada vez más rico, y el sur, cada vez más pobre y marginado. Proliferan las políticas proteccionistas y las prácticas especulativas del gran capital que disparan los precios de los alimentos. Los irracionales patrones de producción y consumo capitalistas continúan destruyendo el equilibrio ecológico del planeta. Se invierten y dilapidan billones de dólares en gastos militares en lugar de dedicarlos a proteger la vida y contribuir al desarrollo sostenible. En ese complejo contexto, aumentan las medidas coercitivas unilaterales y los bloqueos ilegales como el ejercido contra Cuba. El gobierno de los Estados Unidos ha convertido el recurrente criminal castigo a millones de personas en estandarte de su política exterior. por medio de medidas dirigidas a estrangular la economía de numerosos países con el fin de obtener ventajas políticas. El principal obstáculo a la seguridad alimentaria del pueblo cubano es el bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero impuesto durante más de 60 años por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos, recrudecido aún más con la fraudulenta inclusión de nuestro país en la arbitraria lista de estados que supuestamente patrocinan el terrorismo. Esa política cruel impacta abrumadoramente en todos los sectores de la vida de nuestro país y entorpece el desarrollo económico y social y la implementación de la Agenda 2030. El bloqueo viola de manera grave, flagrante y sistemática los derechos humanos del pueblo cubano, incluidos los derechos a la alimentación y el desarrollo. Señora Presidenta, el Consejo de Seguridad, con una composición reducida que escasamente representa al conjunto de la comunidad internacional, debe ajustarse a su mandato y dejar de interferir en asuntos fuera de su competencia. La Asamblea General es el órgano llamado a liderar los esfuerzos internacionales para el cumplimiento de las metas establecidas en el ODS 2, poner fin al hambre, lograr la seguridad alimentaria y la mejora de la nutrición y promover la agricultura sostenible. Urge instaurar un orden internacional justo, democrático y equitativo que permita desterrar las causas raigales de la pobreza y el hambre y promover el desarrollo sostenible para todos los pueblos, eliminando con ello potenciales detonantes de conflictos que afectan la paz y la seguridad internacionales. Se precisa además cooperación internacional, solidaridad y multilateralismo para garantizar la realización plena y universal de los derechos a la alimentación y al desarrollo. Cuba seguirá defendiendo firmemente estos propósitos junto a los países del sur. Muchas gracias.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Porto for his statement. I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Wojciech Żerwel, Undersecretary of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Poland.
Madam President, Excellencies, I wish to thank the United States for convening this important and timely debate. Poland aligns itself with the statement to be delivered by the European Union. We believe that the strong focus on famine and conflict-induced global food insecurity is now of crucial importance. Hunger should not be a weapon of war. Global food supply chains cannot be taken hostage by aggressors in order to achieve their military goals. As stated in the recent UN Interagency Report on the state of food security and nutrition in the world, global hunger is still far above pre-pandemic levels. In this context, let me first address two questions posed in the excellent concept paper presented by the United States prior to this debate, namely the importance of anticipatory action and the role of investments to tackle the root causes of food insecurity. International community should focus on building resilience of local food systems. Countries that can increase their own food production and build their own distribution systems are less vulnerable to conflict and climate-induced insecurity that ultimately result in famine. Public-private partnerships should be mobilized to building reliable transport and storage infrastructure. Such actions are undertaken through the Global Gateway Strategy of the European Union or the 3Cs initiative of 12 Central European nations. Poland built on these examples when initiating the UN General Assembly resolution emphasizing the critical role of resilient infrastructure in safeguarding the delivery of essential goods and services. Madam President, even if we cannot prevent all new conflicts or stop the existing ones, we can start to counter the food insecurity crisis right now. It is worth considering the International Monetary Fund recommendations. First, rapidly and adequately support people vulnerable to food insecurity through humanitarian assistance from the World Food Programme and other programs alongside effective domestic fiscal measures. Second, maintain open trade, including within regions, to allow food to flow from surplus areas to those in need. Third, increase food production and improve distribution, increasing trade financing and reinforcing supply chains. Fourth, invest in climate-resilient agriculture. Excellencies, 18 months after the launch of Russia's full-scale aggression against Ukraine, there is no doubt that food again has become a weapon. Deliberately creating a food crisis, Russia shows disregard to the UN Security Council Resolution 2417, which condemns the starving of civilians as a method of warfare. We denounce Moscow's decision to withdraw from the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which played a stabilizing role for global food security. We consider this move as a manifestation of economic aggression against the countries of the Global South, political hypocrisy and cynicism. Recent escalation of Russian attacks on Ukrainian ports and mining sea corridors used for grain transport constitutes yet another proof of the Russian determination to prolong its war of aggression at any cost, including to the detriment of people who are most vulnerable to hunger and malnutrition. Madam President, Poland is ready not only to undertake emergency actions, but also to facilitate capacity building of more resilient production systems. In 2022, we supported the World Food Programme to ease the food security crisis in African countries. We have engaged in food solidarity initiatives. Besides the EU Solidarity Lanes and the Black Sea Grain Initiative, we supported the humanitarian program Grain from Ukraine and have declared to finance shipments of grain worth 20 million euro. In closing, let me emphasize that for Poland, protection of civilians and promoting compliance with international humanitarian law are long-standing priorities. We remain committed to contribute to actions aimed at protection of civilians in armed conflict and tackling global food security crisis. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Javel for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Oh, thank you, Madame President. First of all, I congratulate you on assuming the presidency of the Security Council for this month, and I wish you all success in this endeavor. I congratulate also our colleague from UK and her team for the excellent work done last month. Today's topic is crucial as we are facing a rise in acute food insecurity worldwide. Different UN reports outline that millions face starvation while necessary humanitarian assistance is lacking. As mentioned recently by the Secretary General, if current trend continue by 2030, nearly 670 million will suffer hunger. Moreover, the situation differs from one region to another. Africa is by far the most fragile region. Many of its inhabitants suffer from food insecurity, particularly in the Sahel and the Horn of Africa. A sad reality, especially that the African continent can become the bread basket of the world with more investment and technology transfer. The UN system, but also the financial institutions, should catalyze global efforts and address the root causes to reverse this situation, namely underdevelopment, climate change, and conflict. Madam President, we concur with the concept note that the challenge of addressing food insecurity requires resilient food systems. Furthermore, to prevent the most severe form of hunger and ensure the food security of all, it is paramount to, first, adopt a holistic and integrated approach that involves all relevant stakeholders. Such an approach will build strong and resilient food systems. It is the cornerstone to ensure food security. Second, accelerate transfer of technology and capacity building of developing countries to produce their food. Achieving food security is a precondition of lasting peace and stability. Third, fulfill engagement under international agreement, in particular, those related to climate financing. This will allow vulnerable countries facing the adverse effect of climate change on their food system. Fourth, mobilize sustainable financing for agriculture in developing countries, in particular African countries. International financial institutions should adopt and implement solutions to support developing countries, including by concessional finance and grant. Fifth, fully respect international humanitarian law and implement Security Council resolution, in particular, Resolution 2417. It is key to facilitate access to humanitarian assistance in line with Resolution 46-182. It will reduce food insecurity and prevent famine in the context of humanitarian crisis. Algeria has spared no effort in providing assistance to its neighbor, in the Sahel especially, while they were facing conflict, consequences, and natural disaster. Madam President, achieving sustainable development, especially SDG 2, is the only way to break the link between conflict and food insecurity. Therefore, we urge the Security Council to work closely with the General Assembly and the ECOSOC to promote development solutions that leaves no one behind in access to safe food. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Algeria for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
Mr. President, allow me at the outset to congratulate the United States of America for assuming the position of President of the Security Council for the month of August 2023. I would also like to express our appreciation to the initiative of the U.S. To hold today's high-level open debate. Egypt is fully cognizant of the severe impacts that hunger and failure to achieve food security pose on human livelihood, as well as contribute to increase the risk of conflict, especially in countries that suffer from economic vulnerability. Hence, we stress the strong and deep linkage between food security, hunger, and conflict. Mr. President, the world is currently witnessing an unprecedented food insecurity crisis that is a result of our failure to achieve a Sustainable Development Goal 2, to end hunger. This was exacerbated by the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic as well as conflicts. Failure to achieve food security and end hunger will pose a threat to security and stability of countries and will further fuel ongoing conflicts. The challenges of achieving food security are further deepened by other factors, such as the ongoing impacts of climate that exacerbate risks related to energy production, food security, availability of water, and economic development. Water scarcity in several regions in the world, especially in Africa, have severe manifestations on the activities of agriculture and the efforts to achieve food security. In light of the above, we would like to highlight the following points. 1. The importance of addressing the challenges facing countries affected by and emerging from conflict. Special attention must be paid to food security, providing health care to the civilian population based on the principles of international humanitarian law and in accordance with national sovereignty. Also, it is important to ensure access of food aid to the civilian population in conflict areas and protecting them from the risk of famine, including in this regard the provision of food for people forcibly displaced. 2. Egypt reaffirms that sustainable solutions to current global conflicts necessitate the promotion of the peaceful settlement of disputes, ensuring that all efforts are taken into account the need to preserve the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, in addition to addressing the root causes of armed conflict, which includes promoting sustainable development. 3. I would like to highlight that Egypt is the most densely populated water-scarce country in the world. Currently, water scarcity affects 2.5 billion people around the globe, and it is expected that climate change will result in putting half of the world population under severe water stress by 2050. Moreover, water scarcity could displace 700 million people by 2030. These figures are a clear proof of the negative impact of water scarcity on peace and security, achieving sustainable development and fulfilling human rights. In this context, we urge the international community to address the needs of the most vulnerable water-scarce countries and promote transboundary cooperation in accordance with the applicable international law. 4th, food security and conflict must be addressed in a holistic and comprehensive approach that takes into consideration the humanitarian and developmental factors. Immediate action must be taken to alleviate hunger while also implementing plans to assist developing countries, especially net food importing developing countries, in achieving food security through sustainable agriculture. In this regard, I would like to recall the Egyptian initiative to utilize Egypt's geographic location to establish a logistics center for grains to address the challenges facing the global food supply chains, especially in developing countries. Mr. President, in conclusion, we would like to stress the urgency to address the challenges of food security and its linkage to conflicts in a comprehensive approach that aims at its core to achieve sustainable development of developing countries while ensuring their stability and prosperity. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Egypt for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Liechtenstein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Liechtenstein welcomes this open debate on conflict and food security as hunger reaches new and concerning levels. Conflict is a primary driver of food insecurity in 7 of the 8 cases designated as hotspots with catastrophic conditions by the World Food Programme and the Food and Agriculture Organization. It has a devastating impact on every part of a food system from planting to distribution. Often it exacerbates already dangerous conditions for food insecurity. At the same time, food insecurity is itself a driver of further violence in regions like the Sahel, renewing the cycle of conflict and hunger. We therefore must take on a holistic approach that addresses the catastrophe of hunger both as a cause and consequence of conflict. Mr. President, if hunger as such is an affront to human dignity, the weaponizing of food is an outrage, and it is a criminal act. The intentional starvation of civilians is a war crime in international and non-international armed conflicts, as reflected in the Rome Statute of the ICC. We encourage all states to join us in ratifying the amendments to the Rome Statute presented by Switzerland that deal with the inclusion of starvation of civilians in internal armed conflict. In addition, Liechtenstein calls on conflict parties to adhere to their obligation under international law, as well as relevant Security Council resolution, notably 2417 and 2573. Mr. President, in Ethiopia, armed conflict along with the devastating drought has driven more than 20 million people into food insecurity, a crisis which has persisted even after last year's ceasefire agreement. The conflict in Sudan, where reportedly over 40% of the population is experiencing hunger, also threatens to have knock-on effects in Ethiopia and throughout the region. The humanitarian crisis in Yemen remains considerable, and we condemn the recent killing of the head of the World Food Programme office in Yemen, as well as of its workers in Sudan earlier this year. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine exemplifies the outside impact that conflict can have on food security, both domestically and abroad. Throughout the country, farms have been mined, water systems destroyed, and grain storage sites explicitly targeted in attacks. By withdrawing from the Black Sea Grain Initiative in mid-July, Russia once again acted in direct opposition to the security of millions of people worldwide. We also deplore the Russian veto blocking cross-border humanitarian aid to Syria last month. Mr. President, the challenges the world faces today, climate disaster, conflict, displacement, and food insecurity are deeply interconnected. We encourage the international community, and particularly member states of the Council, to address these interlinkages through the perspective of human security, which acknowledges that peace and security is about people, their survival, livelihood, and dignity. We can begin by responding to the immediate needs of food insecure people around the world, including through increased funding for the World Food Programme and humanitarian organizations, and urging parties to armed conflict to protect food systems and infrastructure and refrain from turning access to food into a weapon of war. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Liechtenstein for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Germany.
Thank you. Mr. President, Resolution 2417 of this Council has been a real landmark decision. In 2018, all of its members have condemned starving of civilians as a means of warfare. 5 years later, a permanent member of the Security Council is using food as a weapon. Russia has unilaterally withdrawn from the Black Sea Grain Initiative and is destroying grain warehouses and port infrastructure in Ukraine with missiles. The Kremlin is doing so in order to recklessly fill its war chest. As a consequence, global food prices are rising and access to food is getting much harder for millions in need worldwide. Germany urges Russia to immediately stop these attacks, to stop blocking Ukrainian ports, and to rejoin the Black Sea Grain Initiative. We strongly support the UN's and Turkey's efforts to reinvigorate this initiative. Ultimately, Germany calls on Russia to immediately withdraw all its troops and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine in its international recognized borders. This will not only allow for grain exports to resume, but will return peace to Ukraine. Mr. President, Germany is strongly committed to combating global food insecurity and malnutrition. Food security and nutrition was high on our agenda as G7 presidency in 2022. Germany is the second largest donor to the WFP with a contribution of €1 billion in 2022. We support farmers and countries worldwide to produce their own food, and we will continue our efforts to export agricultural goods from Ukraine through the EU solidarity lanes and other alternative routes. Our joint efforts towards sustainable solutions need to be comprehensive and creative. Allow me to touch upon a few specific issues. First, climate change. The global community needs to drastically lower its emissions to fight the climate crisis and its negative repercussions on food security and malnutrition in many parts of the world. This is part of the nexus between climate change and peace and security, and we believe that the Security Council should discuss the issue systematically and on a regular basis. Second, we also believe that the Peace-Building Commission can play a more systematic role in addressing these interconnected issues. It could, for example, give advice to the Security Council on country-specific situations where armed conflict and climate change exacerbate food insecurity. Lastly, we need to be creative and specific and find tailored solutions. One example, locally produced green nitrogen fertilizer has a lot of potential to support food security. It can increase resilience to price volatility and supply chain disruptions, while also contributing to reducing carbon emissions from the agricultural sector. We hope to develop this technology in innovative partnerships that enable more green growth. Mr. President, conflicts are among the main contributors to man-made global food insecurity, locally but also globally. Security Council Resolution 2417 is crystal clear in its obligations for all member states. We call upon all member states to respect them and start by stopping using food as a weapon of war. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Germany for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. México agradece a los Estados Unidos por la convocatoria a este debate abierto que esperamos nos permita identificar acciones específicas para fortalecer los sistemas de seguridad alimentaria en el mundo y prevenir futuras hambrunas. Agradecemos igualmente las presentaciones que hemos escuchado esta mañana. El trabajo conjunto y coordinado de las agencias de las Naciones Unidas es esencial para atender y mitigar de manera efectiva los crecientes impactos de la crisis de la seguridad alimentaria. Por ello, consideramos positiva la decisión del secretario general de nombrar a la señora Ghelani como coordinadora para prevenir y atender oportunamente cualquier amenaza de hambruna. Los mecanismos de alerta temprana son fundamentales para evitar catástrofes humanitarias, pero aún más importante es, ante los hechos, una respuesta oportuna y eficaz. Presidente, resulta inadmisible que en un mundo de abundancia aumente de manera constante el número de personas que viven en inseguridad alimentaria. En mayo del año pasado, dijimos en este Consejo que había 193 millones de personas en situación de inseguridad alimentaria. Hoy son ya 258 millones los seres humanos afectados. Es una verdadera tragedia. Un incremento de tal magnitud en tan solo un año debería alarmarnos a todos sin excepción. Si bien las causas de la inseguridad alimentaria son multidimensionales, los conflictos armados constituyen sin duda un factor determinante para exacerbarla. En algunos casos puntuales hay condiciones muy críticas. Tal es la situación en Burkina Faso, en Haití, en Mali, en Sudán, en Afganistán, en Nigeria, en Somalia, en Sudán del Sur. Todas ellas muestran que cuando un conflicto se prolonga, lleva casi inevitablemente a la inseguridad alimentaria. En nuestra región, el caso más grave es, lamentablemente, el de Haití. La mitad de su población, 4.9 millones de personas, requiere de asistencia alimentaria. En Haití, una serie de causas diversas, pero entrelazadas, han conducido a tan deplorable situación. La recesión económica, los desastres naturales, los efectos nocivos del cambio climático y una disminución de la producción agrícola agravada por el aumento de la violencia armada y la falta sostenida de inversión, han llevado al país a una situación de emergencia alimentaria grave. Señor presidente, es imperativo reconocer que los sistemas alimentarios en el mundo son interdependientes. Un conflicto armado puede alterar al sistema alimentario en su conjunto. Por eso México espera que se pueda reactivar pronto la iniciativa de granos del Mar Negro, la cual había tenido un impacto positivo sobre los precios de los alimentos y, consecuentemente, había reducido la seguridad alimentaria en los países más pobres. Para concluir, México hace un nuevo llamado a todas las partes en los conflictos a cumplir plenamente con las disposiciones de la Resolución 2417 de este Consejo, es decir, abstenerse de cualquier acción que pudiera afectar la producción y la distribución de alimentos o de atacar objetos indispensables para la supervivencia de la población civil, sin olvidar desde luego que la hambruna, como táctica de guerra, es un crimen internacional que no puede quedar impune. Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative of Mexico for his statement. Colleagues, there are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until 3 p.m. The meeting is suspended.